get a new vortex behind me, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
You'd think I would, I'd get on that soon.
If only you knew someone that could, create awesome videos to sit behind people and make them look even more awesome.
Yeah, I know. I wonder if I could do like a little bit of just like some cue shift here to at least make it look more interesting. Maybe that. I don't know. Maybe let's get it more in the purple space right here. I don't know. Somewhere in there. I don't know. I didn't do much. I got to do something else. Anyway, welcome everybody. Welcome Rory. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Like it's very warm here in the UK. Not unseasonably warm. Well, I say unseasonably. No, it's probably fine. It's just me. Can't handle change.
It's warm. Well, it's warm here in Costa Rica all the time. But there's one thing that I use. Right, that's right, Fred. One thing. That's one thing, and that's called air conditioning. Everywhere I go, I pretty much just I insulate in all kinds of ways. The me space from the people space.
Outside is dangerous and evil.
He's terrified of outdoors.
I think we're
He's
getting.
terrified of bugs. He's terrified of weather. He's terrified of wind. He's terrified of sun.
We're just seeing your eyes here, honey. At least get up and show us your mouth if you're going to talk. We're getting a cameo there from Gilda Radner, I think. No, that's an old reference for the folks in the States.
Hair today.
Sorry. Don't move my desk. Don't do it.
In here with some scissors.
No, don't get in here with scissors. All right, you got to go. Time for you.
Karen got a bit of a tan going on there. She's been out in the sun.
Been out in the sun, hon?
Always.
Yeah, she was out in the sun. She has got a little tan.
Dangerous ball of fire in the air that must be avoided at all costs.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by. That was really awesome. I love that.
You know what?
Stick that in your ear so you can hear him. All right, she's here, kids.
So,
how you doing?
Do you know what we need to do today on the show?
So many things: explosives, fireworks.
Okay. Rory.
No, did I go the wrong way?
I need you to rein it in, and you're on my side. No, here's Mark Miller. Needs his eyebrows trimmed.
He has eyebrows.
He has eyebrows, and they're in need of a trim. And I keep saying to him, when you leave the house with untrimmed eyebrows,
people, seriously,
it looks like nobody loves you. And so he goes, well, I can't do it right now. I have to do my show. And then he said, I dare you to do it on my show. And I don't know if you know this about me, Rory, but I don't say no to a dare ever.
I was going to say, I would predict, Karen, that someone says, I dare you, and that's like a red rag.
Yeah, that is a prediction worth having, because I absolutely will do that.
Do you know the last time that I said, I dare you to Karen? I said,
something about marrying you?
I said, I dare you to marry me. And then I was like, oh, wow, this is powerful. I better never use it again.
Except if I have a live Twitch show. And then I'm going to want my eyebrows cut on the live Twitch show.
No, we're not doing that.
And then after he left his mouth, he was like, no.
I did.
He's like trying to pull back the words. I'm like.
It was even time slowed down for me. I was in slow motion. I was like, no.
Yeah. His eyebrows are like, wow.
All right, we're okay. Now time for you to go now. Go do some planting or cooking or something womanly. Can you do that?
Oh, dear.
I can't believe that didn't get her right back.
I was going to say.
I think she maybe didn't listen. All right.
I'm always listening. You are in trouble.
I'm in trouble. She doesn't know what I said. All right. So what we're going to do today, we are going to do two different things to, further the Dungeons and Dragons special effects that we're working on. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to track combat rounds using the new mechanism that we have to track initiative and essentially turns. Before that, we had kind of a hack that was a pretty good hack based on the data we knew, but now we have more data and we can get a more solid tracking. That's step one. Step two is once that's done, we need to use that information. In part, we're doing that first because that information is needed to track, also visually represent spells that a player is concentrating on. So for example, I might be concentrating on a spell and it might last for 10 minutes, or it might last for 6 rounds. Or it might last for a day, or whatever it is. But whatever it is, I have to concentrate on it. Whatever the spell is. Usually they're like about 10 minutes to an hour. Usually don't go as much as a day, but that's what I have to do. Let me give you an idea of what we're talking about. Let's look at the data here. I'm going to bring up the spells, and let's drag this over here. And I'm just going to take the spells page here, and I'm going to sort it by the duration, like that. And if we sort by duration, we can go down here and you can see the duration of the spells. At some point, we get past all of this and we get into concentration, right?
Okay.
So concentration this is how concentration is specified. It's not a Boolean property in this spreadsheet. I got this data from somebody else and I've conditioned some of it, but I just kept this here and I'm just looking for the word concentration here. So here you get a sense, up to 1 day, up to 1 hour. This is the variations of what we can be visually tracking.
So these are all mutually exclusive with one another. You can only be concentrating on one thing, and engaging in concentration on something else will cut the concentration of the first thing.
However, you can, if it doesn't say concentration, what's really interesting is if we scroll up and we look at all these other spells here that last 24 hours, right? It's conceivable, it's possible that I could have a whole bunch of these spells and cast them and have them all simultaneously active.
Yes.
But I'm not going to show that because I haven't figured out visually yet how I'm going to stack up potentially 5 or 6 or 10 spells that could all be active at once.
Yeah.
I'm instead going to give the Dungeon Master the ability to get a text report of that if they need it, and then the player can ask, is this spell active? But for the concentration spells, those are a little more interesting, especially in terms of strategy. So I decided let's show those. Although as I say that, I'm like kind of arguing with myself about that a little bit in my head, just to let you be aware of that. I'm like, well, shouldn't we show them all? Is concentration really that important? But it does. One of the cool things that often happens in the game right now, or one of the cool things that this UI will address, is one of the events that happens in the game frequently, which is somebody wants to cast a spell and they don't realize they're already casting another spell and concentrating on. This will make it very, very clear that they're already concentrating.
You could almost freeze the video of the incoming player to represent the concentration.
No, I'm not going to do that. But when they turn to stone, I might do that.
Fair enough.
So we've got a lot of times up here. Those are all easy to track, relatively. But then you've got up to 6 rounds. You got this guy out of nowhere. 6 rounds. Any other rounds in there with concentration? I didn't see any others. So just that guy right there. Yeah. It's like means we're going to need to track rounds for the tsunami. Okay. So that's interesting. Coding Rose here. Speed coming out of nowhere. Oh my God! It's right there. Fred, look out! Fred, are you okay? Fred, it's right behind you. Some seriously good code. God, coming in here. Coding Gorilla, welcome. Because we had a new fanfare today, by the way, for an alleged Mr. Smoopy, if that's his real name. If he gets in here, we'll see Mr. Smoopy's new fanfare. Can't wait to see that.
Cool.
Okay, so that's kind of what's going on here. Yeah, it's fun. One of the things I love about these fanfares is they're also kind of playing with different styles.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this guy! We haven't seen that guy in a while.
That's a style.
Michael Jolly, bald-bearded builder.
Is in the house.
On, your underside is right facing me. Gosh, get out of there, buddy. How you doing, bald-bearded builder? Glad to have you here. We're gonna do some intense visualization today.
Cool.
If you thought we kind of were over-engineering when I was like, hey, let's roll some dice, like like for this guy and this guy. If you thought we over-engineered this stuff, right? Here, put those guys down again. We're about to take it to a new level. It's
throwing a heap of overkill.
Yeah, it's coming from Overkill Productions. Every asset this morning, you are going to be like, you're doing this just to show concentration to Mark? I think we'll be, all of us, including me, will say this by the end of the day. We will be like, what are you doing? It's going to be intense graphics, layered stuff. We are going to actually, and we're going to go into the engine. We're going to change. We're just going to futz with the way the engine was meant to be used.
Ooh,
and it's
subverting the system.
Yeah, we're going to subvert the engine. And at the end, we'll get something that is like, whoa. And then we'll be like, everybody will instantly accept it as just like the new standard, the new level that we got to reach here.
Excellent.
Just peachy. I don't do intense anything. That might be true. It might be just me that is into this kind of like, let's write some code. Let's do it. What are we going to write? You know, that might just be me. I don't know. Let me go grab this. Let me put this on my other monitor over here. And let me show you, give you a peek into what we're going to do. Sleep. I can sleep intensely. Well, that's cool. Let's see what I need here. I need to grab a new file explorer. And where is it? Somewhere out in this space here. Open file location. All right, I'm going to give you a peek at the parts. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so the components of this thing. So I got a concentration icon. We're going to spin that thing around to show that the spell is being cast. Where's my? There it is, right here. I got a scroll opening animation. And what's cool about this is that this gives us different aspect ratios. I went into the spells and I scrolled down looking for the longest spell name. And it was protection from good and evil. That's what, as I recall. Is that what it was? No, I don't see. Oh, wait, we're not sorted the right way here. Let's go back and resort here. Sort range. I wish I just remember this. Why does it? I don't understand that. But anyway, all right. All right, so now I was scrolling down and I'm like, which one takes the most out here? I got locate animals or plants. And finally I got to, there it is, protection from evil and good. It is the longest spell name when rendered in a variable width font, such as, which is what most fonts are. What that means is that the letter I and L are thinner than the letter W and M. So it is, it's not as opposed to a fixed pitch font, which we use in coding all the time. So when you're dealing with text, right, this is crazy important and shows up all the time in design. But the issue that you deal with is aspect ratio, right? Yep. I need an aspect ratio that's really long and short to render that longest word, that longest spell name right there.
You need a lot of width, but not a lot of height.
Yeah, and then I've got short ones like raise dead and, what is it, revivify, short ones. What all of these means, shield, for example, real short one right there, right? So what that means is I have different aspect ratios I need to render. So to solve that problem, I decided to do this. I've got an opening of the scroll, and we're going to stop this animation when it gets to the right aspect ratio that we need.
Nice.
Okay? And
so you create it for the largest one available.
Exactly.
And as you say, you just stop it as and when you need to.
Right. So protection from evil and good fits here, along with that icon on the right or the left, wherever we decide to put it, spinning around. And it's going to look like it's written on there, with the exception of the fact that the icon is spinning. But, that's to indicate concentration. Okay? It's also to be consistent with, let's do this, bring up Miles. Let's switch over to Miles' spells. And there you can see the concentration icon next to True Strike up there, and next to Darkness and Enhance Ability. And Sleep Storm. So the icon's used there, and when that spell is cast, like if I cast, I don't know, let's do Wall of Fire here for Miles here. So we'll do Wall of Fire, cast that spell. Shift your chart spin. Yeah, there it is. See, Wall of Fire. Well, the Wall of Fire is about to, hide the icon work. But over on the left there, here we'll just clear this. We'll get out of this. We'll come back a little early. But there you can see right above Fred's head there. I don't know, Fred, can you point up to that right there? Yeah, right where Fred's pointing, right there, the Wall of Fire icon is spinning around slowly. So we want that to spin around the same speed in our icon. Okay? Now, Also, to give a sense of how much time is left, guess who doesn't want to use a digital clock or any kind of number indicator? It's me. And so instead, what I've done is I've got an old-timey way of showing the passage of time.
Okay.
Right? But this has got to work. This is where things go crazy, right? This has got to work with, well, you know, something that lasts 6 rounds, something that lasts a minute, something that could last 24 hours. That thing has got to drop. And not only does it have to drop in those times, but it's those times in game time.
Yep. Not
in actual real time. So when I say we're going to subvert the entire animation engine, we're subverting it. Well, we're not subverting the entire engine, but we're subverting a lot of what it was intended to do to make it this whole thing work. That's what we're going to have to do. For one thing, we're going to have to get. Normally, this just plays all the way out to the end. We're going to find the end and stop it. Okay.
So that means that for some kinds of levels of concentration, you're actually not going to animate as such. You're just going to stick with this frame because it's going to be minutes in real time until you've got to change frame.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But
whereas in other cases, you've actually got to have some. Are you going to have some form of movement regardless of the progression?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And so the way we're going to do this, we're actually going to exploit something we already have called segments. So we're going to create segments for this. What we'll do is we'll maybe pick 3 of these. So we'll go this one, and this one. It just gives the smallest amount of movement. Okay? And so even if this is a 24-hour time, clock, there'll be some movement, but it'll be in a circle.
So essentially you'll have a segment for sort of 10% done, a segment for sort of 20% done, a segment for 30, 40, 50, and then you'll be able to progress which segment rather than which frame you are on as time goes by.
That is correct. And so now let's see if I can, there you can kind of see it moving a little bit right there. So if I just go back and forth between the frames, so I got 1, 2, like that. And then if I go to 3 and then jump back to the beginning, it's going to have some small amount of movement. Okay? Now, notice I've shaved off the top and bottom ends of this. Okay?
Okay.
I've done that because here are the top and bottom ends. These top and bottom ends, it comes in, the hourglass comes in, and it flips. See the flip?
Yeah.
Right? Already you're like, okay, Mark. Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Separate animation for the flip.
Okay,
I assume that's because we're going to have different colors for individual people.
Exactly. I'm going to get the sand color matching the player's die color. That's what I'm going to do. So we are going to use our color shifting part of the engine on this die, right? So there's very little color in this except for the sand. So we're just going to take that sand and flip it. Shift it. Okay? Like that. This we can see more what's going on here. Now notice there are only 30 frames of animation for the flip. After that, this thing doesn't rock or move any at all. But once we get past the 30 here, right, we get right around 29, there's 30 right there. This thing stays still, but then just drains, right? I'm skipping through like a bunch of frames at a time to get down here, right? So there's a bunch of frames, and then finally we get to the end. And so what I want to do is when we reach the end, then we're going to play this thing at the normal frame rate. In the beginning, we'll play at the normal frame rate. So we go the normal frame rate in like 30 frames a second. Well, I guess we could even do the segments at 30 frames. So I guess we're all okay here. I think it's all okay. But we're going to spend a lot of time in the middle, and we got to figure that part out, right? So that's what we're going to have to figure out. We may not get this all done today. Okay.
Okay.
There's more, though. All right.
There's more.
There's more. Okay, when the scroll appears, well, actually, let's talk about what's behind this. Behind this, in order to make this look moving, I've got a cloud that's just going to be animating in a circle, okay? To give it also the sense that there's activity and energy, right? Especially important if we're concentrating for like 24-hour period, something along those lines. So that's going to go there, okay? So I've got that behind here. That's standard. That's in a loop. No big deal. I can't just show this out of what's going on. Code and Real says this needs to be a Mr. Announcer by command. But wait, there's more. Do I have anything that says like that? I don't think I have anything.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so no, I don't have it. I don't have the. But wait, there's more. So we can't just pop this up on screen. Okay.
Yeah.
This guy. Similar. We could fade it in and we could fade it out. But it's I've already got this animation. It's way more interesting to have things look like they're connected. Like the dice don't fade out when they're done. They get sucked out of the screen in some way, right? Right? They roll in. This guy is not just going to appear. You know, the same thing with the player. Hold on. Fred wants me to show that. See how that comes in? It comes slamming in from the front, right? And then when we get rid of it, boom, like that. That's what we want all of the animations to do. We want them to look natural, and the fade in and fade out does not feel old-timey really a lot. It doesn't feel like medieval, and Dungeons and Dragons a lot. So what we want to do is when this guy comes in, we're gonna play this little animation. This little burst right here is going to come in, and just all it does is the movement takes our eyes away from the fact that there was this jarring sudden appearance of this guy. Okay, and so that hides that. When we leave, we play this animation here, and this starts from the hourglass, which is going to be over on the left. So the hourglass starts to explode like this, and then you can see it starts to wipe across, a directional explosion across, and right about here, we're going to fade that out behind it. So it'll be this natural looking removal. I don't have sound effects for this yet. We'll need to get a sound effect in there. That's where we're going. So that's the, you know, that's the kind of mind-blowing stuff we're going to do.
How many collective frames do we have behind the hourglass? It's looking like a few.
I know, it is, isn't it? Let's do a select
More than a little.
It's about 730-ish.
Oh, is that all? Okay, we're fine then.
730 frames of animation.
I'm sure your computer can handle that. It's been looking for something else to do, obviously.
It is. It's just totally. How many, what is it? We got 20 megs. There's 20 megs of assets just to show someone's concentrating on a spell. Sir Fetish Fancy's out there with us. Welcome, Sir Fetish Fancy. Like the icons. All right, somebody just brought something really yummy into the room. I don't know, it smells really good. And then they left, walked out. I think they just gave me a whiff, and then they left.
Harsh.
Yeah, harsh. Okay, we need to go. We need to start working with rounds and things like that, and tracking initiative. Let's go figure out where the heck we're doing that right now, because we added this code. I think,
rounds as they relate to sort of a D&D clock that we had.
Yes,
and various pieces like that. So you can advance time by a round or 10 minutes and what have you. And it keeps track internally of the D&D time on the basis of those advancements. So that's why you can, in combat, you can stop and discuss what you're actually doing.
Yeah. And
then there's the implementation, which is what takes the time.
Yes. Yes, this is close to where we want to be. Initiative index, no, I don't think that's it. That all feels like old code to me. Roll initiative, report initiative results, initiative index. That, I think, is it. Yes. Okay, so here, this is what's going on. So when initiative index, did we ever set this to 0? I want to see if we set this to 0. For initiative order, we do not. Where are we? What about here? Boom, next turn. And we're in D&D game here. I want to say, hey, if initiative index is equal to 0, then we want to, do we have an advanced round? What do we got? Advanced round. Okay. Let's go see what's going on. Round ended. Okay. Did we actually have a round? But we don't know if the round is the round index. I want to say, hey, look, if round index is greater than 0, then I'm going to trigger round ended. Otherwise, I'm not going to trigger it. Okay?
Okay.
Start round. Play. Start round. This is the old thing, old code, I think. Start round, creature taking action, start round. No. Round index. Why does it reset it to 0 there? This feels like a bug to me right here. That I think is not right. Oh no, if first player is null, then we only go in. It's not a bug. Okay. So that we initialize it here. Round index. Wait, is that right? Hold on. Yeah, we only call start round if first player is null. And then at some point we set first player to not null. Where is it? Probably in start round, I bet. Yeah, there it is right there. You know? So this isn't really start round. This should be called start combat. Is what this should really be called.
That makes more sense.
Okay, so we've got start combat being called from creature taking action, but it's passing. No, it's passing in a creature, and it's even though it says player, it's. I'm going to rename this creature here. But will we get it's creature taking action only from us? Yeah, I'm not liking this call. Let's go back to where we were. I'm just not liking this. We're going to get rid of this. At least we're going to get rid of that. Last player is not equal to first player. An advanced round. I think we're actually going to get rid of all of this. Okay?
Okay.
I'm just going to get rid of it. We're going to really break things maybe here. Start combat has no call now. On round starting, this feels like it's a bug. No, it's advanced round. Okay, good. So we've got one. Okay, that works for me. I am liking that things I find. Wait, is this bugging? That I say, oh no, that's going to work. I see that working. Okay, we need to call start combat. I think we were down here near the bottom. Yeah. So I think I want to say next turn. I think I want to do this. If initiative index is equal to -1, then we're going to say start combat. And what else do we got down here? Cycled all the way around, advanced round. Yeah, we don't need that. So that actually simplifies some of that code. We just got to make sure it works. We'll start combat. What's he doing with the player here? It's just setting the first player, and I don't think I need first player anymore. Yeah, it's only assigned, right? What's weird is I feel like I should get a hint for that it's only assigned.
Yeah.
But I don't see the hint. All right, I'm just going to start deleting that everywhere it appears. Yeah, it was kind of a hack anyway. I'm nervous that I am deleting code, but similar,
I'm kind of with you, but you can delete code if you have a strong belief that it isn't necessary, but that presumes that you know what previous you thought it was necessary for, and you can basically declare, no, that's not true anymore.
Yeah.
That's always the trick, though, is being in the previous mindset to try and go, what was I thinking? What was my intention?
Okay, last player we're still using pretty heavily in here, so I'm not going to worry about that. I've got entering combat here. That's different from starting combat on enter combat, but this may eventually come down and call start combat. Okay, so we're going to say start combat here. Let's make sure that our assumption that initiative index is -1 happens just before we roll. Initiative player, send initiative from in-game player. Get active turn creature. It looks like it's not being set to -1. So when we enter combat, I want to set this to -1. Is what I want to do. Are we only using this?
Just to be clear, when you usually say enter combat and you hit the button that does this, that calls start combat. Is that right, or calls next turn? Where's our entry point in here?
I didn't hear your full question. I only heard subtract it from the end. Can you say that again?
So, when you demonstrate we enter combat, you hit a button on the stream deck, I think, and things go red and what have you.
Point?
That's our entry point there. Okay. Because you've got a next turn that starts combat at the moment.
Yes.
That's its first thing.
Yes.
And I'm sort of wondering how that relates to that action taken.
So start combat, let's see, it basically starts the round in combat, tell Dungeon Master which round. So maybe I'll change this to start first round. Sorry, Roy, of combat. I feel like I'm ignoring your question a little bit. I don't.
No, this
really
is all
know.
About extra clarity, I guess, is all.
So let's. I've got an enter combat, I think. Enter, exit, combat, click, and I think we trigger this. Yeah, we trigger it when we call enter combat from the Stream Deck. So this is invoked from the Stream Deck. We get in there, we click on the button, and we basically say in combat is equal to not in combat, and then therefore if we're in combat, we are going to...
There it is. We've got game entering combat. That's
it right there.
That's our entry point into where we're
Yes.
currently looking at.
Okay, so now here's where I want to set that initiative index, I think is what it's called, set it equal to -1. Now we've got it. Our presumption that it'll be -1 before we start is good. So we have,
Yes.
so we're entering, we're ready to go, but nobody's hit next turn yet. Once they hit next turn, then it'll highlight that person who it is. We have also.
So we have to move on to the first person from a kind of a null state.
Yes, that's how I'm.
Okay.
That's how I'm designing.
That's
it
good.
right now.
Yep.
Let's kind of simulate that if we can. Do we have the thing up and running? We do still. So even though I've made these changes to the code, I'm still running the old code here. And just to demonstrate what's going on, if I like bring up a couple players, where are my bad guys here? There's like a couple of the bad guys right there. So we've got like there showing up, and I say let's target. Well, I don't actually need to target anybody yet. Let's just roll. Let's enter combat. And so we should see die for those 3 plus the 5 players, human players down here, the 4 human players plus Brad.
Yep.
So it's like, what are you talking about now? And so now we've got everybody. Merkin is first, right?
Okay.
But nobody has started yet. Okay.
Okay.
So now I'm going to hit on the stream deck. I'm going to hit the. Hold on a second. Go here. I'm going to hit the next turn button right there. And when I do that, then I'll be the guy who's playing. Right?
Yep.
So there's my indicator.
So we've got you highlighted,
Yeah.
your scroll is up on screen, all the pertinent information in front of us.
Yeah,
it's good.
If I cast a spell that requires concentration, it'll be right here, and the hourglass will be right here. That's what we're writing today.
Okay.
If I keep hitting next turn, there's Fred, I think there's one more human player, and then we went to these guys. Tenual, right? Apollo. There you go. So that's what's going on there. Okay. Then we get exit combat, the clock starts running again. So again, we've got to maintain that clock as well. To have that whole thing, kind of work there. All right.
So actually we have 2 entry points. There's the entering combat phase, which your initialization is now being done, your -1 is being put in place. But the next turn is also a point of entry. It's a manually triggered thing. We don't need to look for other code to call that.
Right.
That will be called by you pushing the right button at the right time,
Right.
which is cool.
Yeah, that's the Dungeon Master. So the Dungeon Master's got one of these stream decks. It's actually really cool how we're setting this up. I've also thought of another really cool way to bridge. There's kind of this UI gap. Hold on. Oh, I know what's going on. Why do I hear music in different places? Because the D&D engine is playing music as we entered combat and then exited. So it's triggering music as well. Do you remember what I was just saying, Rory? Oh, I know, UI. I figured out UI.
Yep.
I got it. It is, so the Dungeon Master's got a bunch of inputs, right? Which is the deck. One of the things that was kind of semi-revolutionary that we came up with was this, giving the Dungeon Master feedback on the live stream, right? Prior to this, if the Dungeon Master was hitting buttons on the stream deck, they would be getting feedback in a chat window like this.
Yes.
Text message would come through. That's how we were doing it. It occurred to me that a lot of the feedback that I'd give a Dungeon Master, I actually want to give the whole audience as well, right?
Indeed,
So
yeah.
showing who's queued up for a roll, that's important feedback.
Yep.
Right?
Who's
And
targeted,
Right.
that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Well,
A lot of it's very useful to anybody watching the stream.
yeah, there's also an area for feedback that makes sense as well, which is errors, right? So in other words, you're running up against the rules of the game. Okay, so say for example, I want to cast a spell in this particular spell slot, but I don't have any spell slots left. Instead of telling only the Dungeon Master in text, which is kind of hard to read, why not give it essentially like use this as a heads-up display? And I'm thinking about putting an X, or in a kind of game show like X, that and with maybe some floating text that says whatever the error message is, no spell slots available. right?
Somebody reached for a health potion, but discovered they didn't have any.
Because right now we're just rolling the dice and we're breaking the rules of the game. If you try to do it and nobody's paying attention, if there's no dungeon master trying to keep you from breaking the rules, right? So I'm thinking, oh wow, this is really cool. We've got a. It's very cool because the input and the UI are really separate, right? The input is a Stream Deck, which sends a chat command, which is listened to, right? We're listening to that chat command coming in, and we're verifying the credentials of the who's sending the chat message to make sure it's the DM and not somebody trying to hack in, because I know we got folks who would love to do that. And then we and then we process it, and then the UI is like in another program. The UI is down over here, right? So it's like it's as far apart as you could have. Normally, when you're building a UI, the mechanism for the input and the output are on the same machine. They're close by. Yep. So it took a while to get to this point of realizing, oh wait, I could use these separate far things apart because the latency is really low. Right? From the time I hit those buttons, I'm going to hit it now, and there it is. It's flying up, and the animation comes right up, right? Hit it again, and it drops right down. So it's low latency. We can put the feedback there. We can do anything we could do on a regular kind of interface. So very, very cool. That also means that we could send a Stream Deck to any Dungeon Master anywhere in the world, and they can control the game remotely. It's very, very cool. All right. Now, let's see what we need to do here. We've taken care of the first set of changes we need to do. The next thing we need to do, I dreamt this, and I'm not exactly sure. I have an essence of the solution. We need a way to say how far we are, what round we're on, which I think we already have. We've got this advanced round. We've got a round index in here. That's what we've got. We saw that before, round index. Okay. There it is right there. And so I need a way to know what round I'm in, and I need to know how far I am through that round.
Yes.
Okay. So I almost think that round index, I almost think I want to come in here and say, let's encapsulate this and use the property instead. No, let's use the field. Okay, and it made that private, and then gives me an encapsulation somewhere. I really wish it would take me to it. There it is right there. So there's my round index. Good. Next, I need a, I think it is, it's one of two things. It's either I'm going to create a fraction and have two numbers for the fraction. So which player index are we in? What's the initiative index divided by the total number of players? Or I'm going to just divide those out and return percentage of the way through that round.
Yeah.
Right? And I need this because I need to be able to track for spells that last a certain number of rounds. I'm not sure if I'm actually doing that well or not yet. So that's going to be something, we'll probably be working on this for a couple days to figure this part out, to test it, make sure it's well. I'm going to do, I'm actually going to do neither for now. I'm going to get to the point when we need it, and then we'll add it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Next, we need to send the data down. Okay? And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw it in player stats. This is what determines, this is the information sent to the front game that determines, whether we bring these things up or not, whether we drop them because we're rolling dice, that sort of thing. Okay? So player stats is used for that. Ready to roll dice is there. There's a dice stack that's passed down to it. There's a vantage. There's a player ID. The real important piece is the player ID. And because it's used in the same space, the same overlay, I'm thinking, let's just...
But you have one of these for each player.
Yep.
And you're going to be storing a round index, which is one per group of players.
I'm going to stick that in the parent, the all player stats. This is what's sent down. So I'm going to stick that, anything up there in here. So that's what I'm going to do. So let's start down here. What's the data we want to send here? I think it goes like this. Probably a string. It's going to be like concentrated spell.
Yep.
I think we need a duration. Hold on. We have a D&D date. I thought D&D time span. We have a time span. Time.
That presumes a known start time as well, though.
Yeah, I thought we had. Hold on. I thought we had our own. What are we doing in the D&D clock? God, there's a whole bunch here. I want to get out of this file. Here we go. Almost out of the file. Okay. Cycle. Yeah. This is how I'm storing it. D&D time span is here. Let's jump over to the overlays. Let's make sure we got a D&D time span here. We do not. All right, so I'm not going to mess with sending that down, I think. I am going to go back up into D&D time span, though, and I'm going to look at time measure. Look at this round specifier. That's good. We got time measure down here? We do. Sweet. So we can send a time measure down, actions or seconds. Really only actions or seconds? Uh-oh. That's not good.
Looks like an incomplete enum.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to just throw this here instead. So we've still got actions and seconds. Just double check that those were the same spelling in case. Yeah. Okay. All right. Way better. All right. So we got the time measure going down.
Is there anything important about the representative numbers? Because instant has jumped above actions and seconds.
Yeah, but it's 0 though. It's okay. It's okay.
Fair enough.
It's okay. Here, there's what it is. It's 0. So yeah, we're I think going to be good. I don't think there's a problem with the numbers at all, because these are what's going to be sent over, and they're going to the order is the same. I think everything's good. We've got a round specifier, which I think I probably don't have down below. Where is it? Overlays only. Do I have a round specifier? Nope. So let's add that. And I think we're good there. Okay, so back up here. I think we're going to say, so we need to know, actually, we did all that, but I think actually all we need to know is percent complete on concentration. That's going to tell us how far put the hourglass.
Yes.
I think we need a Boolean that says just broke concentration. And by the way, I think we need to send this out more frequently. I think we need to send this data out anytime this changes.
Yeah.
Anytime it changes by a significant digit.
What's the current rate of sending this out?
It's only
we are basically event driven, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all event driven. It's when I hit a button. When something changes. That, you know, it's right now. Yeah, no, I know. If you're worried about that, I'm a little worried too. But I thought about it and I thought, yeah, I don't think it's gonna make a big deal. I think
what's the shortest duration we have that we're going to be concerned about actually representing? So, you know, if it was a minute, then you'd want to be sending these out every 10 seconds at worst, because you'd want to have a progression.
Let's answer that question in terms of percent complete. Okay? So let's, to answer that, let's do a couple things. Where is, looks like, did I close the window up? Here we are. All right, so let's do this. I'm gonna visualize this. We're gonna come in here, and we're going to just drag these off down here, but I'm gonna drag some of these images up into it. So we're kind of starting with a...
Mark, we have something of a problem going on.
Oh no.
Mr. Smoofy has arrived
Mr.
and did
Smoofy's
not
here?
hide himself.
Dang. Smoopy, I got a present for you, but for some reason it's not working, and I think it's, you know, got to restart something and save something, but here it is for you, buddy. There you go, buddy.
I'm speechless.
There it is. I was concerned we had a real problem. I was like, oh no, that's not good.
No, that's the problem.
All right, so so I'm just gonna drag some of these up here so you can kind of see how things are gonna be pieced together, right there and there.
Yeah.
And then so this is like the start right here. We are going to. I'm just going to represent a little bit of the start here. I'm going to grab number 9 here to show the tip. Similarly, I'll grab number 9 from here. Put that over that as well. We'll select both of those. We'll grab those. Did I grab them both? There we go. Group those. So we've got the tip right there. I'll grab 24 and 24. Like that. Select both of those. Group those together. So we've got this kind of happening here at the beginning, right? We've got the flip at the beginning, and that goes. I'm going to say 30 frames.
Okay.
29 frames. So I just want to kind of, I want to draw that down here is what I want to do.
So roughly 3 frames per percentage.
Doesn't matter.
What you're saying?
No. This is before we even hit 0%.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Then we got this space here. Then I'm going to come in and sorry, we'll clear that immediately so we don't have that. Come on. There we go. Where's my text? We got right up here. 0% is here. Right there. Okay. We'll grab this guy, put him at the beginning of that. That guy's at 29. This guy's at 29 right there as well. And select those two. Group those. So that's at the beginning right here at our 0% point. This thing runs. And we also want to look at what frame number we're at as well. So this is our index 0. We'll just put our frame indexes down here. That's index 0. The last one is index I think 28. And then over here we start at 29. And we run to, just looking here, the very last one is about 333. Okay, so I'll put this over here. It's going to be 333 right there.
Okay.
333. Okay. Then we're going to get our end. Exit, and the exit goes from 334 to 347. Looks like 13 frames. .347. There's my exit, like that. And
that's our explosion and disappearing stuff.
Exactly. So this is our space right here, right?
That's the representation of 0 to 100%.
Yeah, so we got 333 minus 29. We got 304 frames here, is what we have here. 304 frames of animation, okay? So we divide that by 100, and we get about 3 frames for every percent, right? Does that look good to you? Do you agree with that math? 3.04 frames. So we get about 3 frames. Let's write this down here. About 3 frames for each 1%. So what that means, if we're talking about when we want to update, we want to update when it's essentially just what I was saying before, at every whole number change to the percentage. Is what I think. In fact, we could arguably come in and say, let's make this be an int. We could come in and say that. Percent concentration complete.
So we're going to send down at some point during the sequence 50%, just the number 50 in there, at which point we're going to locate the selection of 3 frames effectively that we're going to continue to cycle through, this segment of 3 frames probably, and just continue to cycle through those. So you're going to initially say I'm at 0%, cycle through those 3 frames, then however quickly we progress, because obviously some things go much quicker than others, you don't necessarily have to send them through every frame of animation. I guess you could, but if you've got something that lasts 20 seconds, something really short, then mind you, there's probably still time to show all the frames even then.
Yeah. It doesn't.
If the only data we're sending down is the title of the thing being concentrated on and the percent through it that we are, when you send down the 0, you're going to have to play the intro first and then play the 3 frames of animation in a cycle. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm gonna. This we got to play pretty much no matter what. We do this sequence. When we're done, then we're able. So we don't actually show percentage until after this sequence is done. This is 1 second of intro. Okay. So we're gonna play that, and then we're gonna go get in the right space is what we're gonna do. And then we're going to set our correct segment index, then we're going to play our exit. So yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. We get about 3 frames for each 1%. Okay?
Yep.
Just broke concentration is if somebody says, well, I'm casting a spell and I want to cast another one, so we're going to that means we're going to be somewhere, we might be somewhere in here, and we immediately move it over to here.
Yeah.
And play the exit. Okay, so that's what just broke concentration means. Anything else we need? Concentrated spell. I think that's it. I think it's what we need to add. So we want to go to player stats down below, and I want to add these pieces in. When I say down below, I mean in the TypeScript. So player stats down near the bottom right there. And we want to add those pieces. That. Okay, there's that piece. In this, we also need to take these 3, go into iPlayer stats, put them there, and we need to go to look where this data is used, because we've got some code that is going to who's here? Who just showed up, Rory?
Welcome, Codebase Alpha. How are you doing?
Mr. Smoothie says, oh my God, that's awesome. Thank you. You're welcome, buddy. I didn't see that before. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. It's fun. Can't resist dancing even a little bit.
No, me neither.
I was trying to get all the code written out, and then I just had to dance. All right, so let's keep looking for where Vantage is used. Anywhere else?
Janiscu 7, where are you? We need your help.
Janiscu 7's here.
Oh
get that guy. That guy is a designated bad guy. Hell, he's got weapons. Even though he never uses them, he's powered by bubbles. Maybe we made a mistake in this, E7. Maybe we should use diplomacy.
And Tail Code is raiding with a party of her own. His own, her own, their own. I'm not sure, to be honest. But either way, one thing I do know.
Yeah, you know, you not only come here for the code, you come here for the dance moves. That's what you're here. Code with Sean. Sean is out there. Thank you so much.
Clarifying things. Thank you very much, Code with Sean.
Thanks, Taylor and Code. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate it so much. We're in the middle of... He's awesome.
Welcome, everybody. You're all awesome.
You're all awesome. What are we doing, Rory? You want to tell people while I...
We are augmenting our Dungeons & Dragons command and control center. We're basically making all the things awesome. But in this particular case, we are working on concentration. Mark is very concentrated here. This is the most concentrated you'll get of Mark. We are making a facility to allow for players in-game to concentrate on spells and whatnot. And the act of breaking concentration obviously ceases things happening. So what we need is a few sequences of animation. We're going to demonstrate that somebody is currently concentrating, which will aid the players in knowing that, oh, maybe I shouldn't decide to do something else because I will break concentration of what I'm doing. So in order to do that, we're going to have some graphics, some animation on the screen. We're going to have a little banner roll out to say what is being concentrated on. And we're going to have this wonderful little hourglass timer on the left of that. Now it's going to roll in the first place, tip itself as they are wont to do, and then the sound is going to start dropping.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be able to show how long the concentration has lasted and how long it is lasting.
Using the hourglass.
Using the hourglass.
So when the sand runs out, the spell will be done. Now, this is made more challenging by the rules of Dungeons and Dragons, which for one example,
they quite a lot of range, don't they?
Sorry?
For these, they allow a great deal of range. Some things are concentrated on for a very small amount of time, others for what seems like an eternity.
Yeah, like 24 hours, ranging from 24 hours of concentration to maybe 6 rounds at the lowest level, which are 6 sets of complete turns for everybody who's playing. What also makes it complicated is that we're not talking about real time, we're talking about game time. And game time can start and stop based on the game clock. So there's, and also the idea of a turnaround has no discrete actual amount of time. And I could start a spell at my turn, which is different from starting at the start of the round for everybody else. So we have to track individual turns and in initiative order as we go through.
Yes.
It's like a little bit like in terms of tracking all of this. That's what we're trying to do. All of this is to show, and you know, I could have simplified all of this by just putting a little clock there that tells how much time is left, and that's all I have to do.
Would that be?
Yeah, but we're doing this instead. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, I'm now working on the data that I'm going to send down through Signal R. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm in TypeScript. I've added these 3 fields, concentrated spell, percent concentration complete, and just broken concentration. I've added them to iPlayer stats, our interface, and our implementer of it. I've got the same thing down here as well, implemented down here. The final countdown.
So Codebase Alpha suggests you need the music from Countdown as the sound runs out. That's a TV show. I think it's only here in the UK. But there are other countdown-related pieces of music, obviously. So yes, there's a range to pick from, essentially.
I do need sound effects. Did Janiska 7 do this for me, the smoke above my head? Because that's kind of where we're going to be here. We're going to be trying to intensely figure this out to make this work.
All the concentration.
Yeah, okay. So there's that. At the higher level, we're going to go back up to C# now. Higher level, I've got my all player stats somewhere up in here. There it is. And here I think we want to, I don't think I need to really keep track of anything else other than that I only need to really keep track of the percent complete individually. I don't really need to care, I don't care what round it is, I don't care when the spell started. as long as these are accurate, we are good.
It's the minimum information necessarily to render things to the screen.
Yeah. Now we got to figure out how to get the data correct. Oh, Mr. Movie meant Codebase Alpha. Okay, great. I was thinking it may have been not directed to me. Okay, so let's figure that out. I think combat. I think I'm hearing some mic sound, Rory, by the way, coming from your side over there. Let me look at
See if
character.
I can get that produced.
It's just like a little like brushing. It sounds like you're brushing against the mic. It's fine now. So, okay, here we are taking a concentrated spell and dispelling it. Let's do this. Let's tap the next reference through a concentrated spell and take a look at where we're using this guy. Because this is I think a point of interest to us here. Notice when it's in the declaration, it's ignored. We do not send this over with our data down to TypeScript. That's okay, because I'm going to put it here instead.
Okay.
Okay. But let's see when it changes its state. Break concentration. Here's a point where we are breaking concentration with it. We're in character, but character is a reference to game.
Mark, I'm getting a couple of chat items suggesting your audio is a little bit lower than mine. Maybe it needs a bit of a boost.
Check, 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 check. How's that, guys? That looks like it's better based on my levels over here. Yeah, try that.
Yeah, that seems good.
Yeah, I do the D&D show that all of these special effects are for on Sunday nights, and it's over here if you're interested. If you haven't followed us yet over there at Dragon Humpers, and I drop the levels down because I'm screaming on that show. I'm talking a much higher level, and so when we do the first Tuesday show, it's like I feel like this is the second time that we've had this problem or more. So now I want to do. Maybe I want to do this. I think do I have all player stats here it's in, where is all player stats? I think I'm holding this in the wrong spot. Control. Hold on a second. Let's do this search right here. All player stats. I got the property here. I think this is in the wrong place. The reason why is because the game kind of needs to communicate with it. Let's see how hard it is to move it down. Where is all player stats? It's declared here. We'd have to move it down, but it doesn't really have, it's just using primitives here in terms of the types it's holding on to. It's got a list of player stats, which are the players. Again, low-level stuff here. What's dice stack DTO? And it's got a roll. And the roll is down in D&D Core. Okay, so we could move all of these down, including all player stats, so that when all player stats was referenced, it was instead referenced like this. Game.allplayerstats. That.
Okay.
I'm playing with the idea. I'm not entirely sure yet. Let's just go through and see where we're using it. We're not using it in a lot of places. The question is this more of a UI thing, which it kind of is. Its purpose is UI based. I think because it's UI based, I'm not going to actually move it down. Instead, I'm going to, let's see where we are here. We are here in this space, concentrated spell. I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to create an event here when the concentrated spell changes. And I'm going to need to calculate that percent complete. We still haven't figured that out yet. I'm going to need to figure that out. And that's going to be, I think, potentially tricky code to write because of all the different durations I could be tracking and looking at here. Okay, so let's work on our first event here, which is, I think I'm just going to use a regular event here. And it's going to be like a regular event, and we're going to say concentrated spell changed. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And we'll create an event handler for that. Event trigger, I mean, sorry. There's our event trigger. I'm going to put this down below where we were before. Put this about right here. And we're going to say, oh, I think I do want to pass something into it. I'll put a marker here. I think I want to create a custom event args for this thing. And it's going to be spell change, maybe? Like that. Create an enum up here. Spell change. Spell change kind. Spell change state. Spell state.
What are the values of this going to be?
Just cast. Just dispelled.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe also a broke concentration. Like that. So we've got spell state coming in. And there it is right there. Button number 3. Num3 is what I assigned to declaring properties automatically. So we've got spell state, and I think we might also have fine, why not? Do we need the spell name? Maybe we put the spell name in here. Nope, I want to hit that button right there. Hey, here comes pudding. This is what I need, a break. Some pudding, just a little bit. Pudding. Pudding, come on. Just what I do. Just dumps pudding because I can. Yeah, it's his stream now.
Yep.
Takes over my stream every day.
Hey, Pudding.
You've been streaming.
How's it going, my friend?
You've been streaming for like 100 days, Pudding.
I want pudding.
Hey, you're cute.
I know.
I like you. It's my cute wife coming in.
I want pudding.
I don't have any for you. I'm sorry.
How are
I
your
have no pudding.
eyebrows?
No, they don't need trimming. I got all my friend here. All my friend is here right now. She was threatening to trim my eyebrows live on the stream earlier.
Right now.
No.
I need to get scissors.
Don't get scissors. Please don't come back.
Cheers.
Kobe Salva says we're concentrating here, Pudding. Yeah, Pudding says true hero of the stream. It's true. Yeah. Okay, see Mark getting a forehead rub. It's not going to be good. If she comes back with scissors, we're in big trouble.
We Tonto?
What'd you say, Roy?
We Tonto?
We Tonto, yeah. We're in trouble. You are in trouble.
Maybe you're in trouble. I'm
right.
fine. She can't get to me with scissors.
So spell state, let's see here. Hold on. Spell state.
Look out, Fred.
What else do we need to track when we send this down?
So this is the concentrated spell, the one that we are either about to start concentrating on, or we are continuing to concentrate on, or indeed we are dispelling or breaking the concentration of. That's interesting. There's no spell state for actually concentrating. So there's the just cast. Is that as good though? I mean, maybe you can get away with the just cast. I'm sort of trying to work out. Are you going to use the just cast for the preamble animation, and then concentrating for the spinning, and the just dispelled or broke for the exit?
Well, I'm going to use this to talk to basically have a conversation from low level D&D core up to the high-level UI that's going to manage figuring out what's the percentage done. So I think I just need this. That's what I think. I'm going to start moving types to files here. And we're going to do this. Actually, I'm going to cut this to the clipboard right here. Instead of moving to file now, I'm going to go up into my event args, because then I got to just drag it around. Instead of going to events, I guess I can go into event args. So I just open up any of these, paste it in there. Then I can come in here and now say move to file. And there, now it's created a separate file right here in this space. Spell changed event args is there. Then we want to do, our delegates are all here. So I'm just going to come down here, type in the letter D. And we're going to do that, spell change event handler, and it's going to take in the spell change event args, which are right there. Okay, so there we've set up the delegate, we've set up our event args. Go back to character, and now this is going to be our spell changed event handler. Okay. Concentrated spell changed. This needs to be our spell changed event args, like that. And I think we're good. And so now, do I need to? I don't think I need to worry about any performance issues at this point in terms of number of changes that we're expecting. So we're going to just create a new spell change event args. We're going to say send in this dot name. Is that right? No. There's another spell reference dot name in there. Okay, cool. So there's concentrated spell, the name, and then we need to do the spell state. And we're going to say just broke concentration. Okay. So that tells us we need to do the interruption. What else do I need? I need the sender. This. Okay. That feels good to me. Let's continue to see where there are changes over here. Hold on, chat room. What's going on in the chat room? Roy's like this kind of entity we can't see or understand, but he still helps us. It's true. Performance, you have the beast of a PC now since Codebase Alpha.
Man's got a point.
Yeah. My beast of a machine is like, is that all you've got, Mark? It's like not even breaking 40% memory use. It's like, over here, this used to be at 99% on my other machine. So
we were feeling quite a lot of pain on that last machine.
Yeah. In fact, yeah. No, in fact, if you're ever like in this, it was my happiest solution to a performance problem was simply buy a new machine. Right?
Well, like I say, that's a sign of good code, is that you can actually fix the problem by just throwing money at it.
Yeah,
right? Because it's already a dissemblable process.
Well, what's interesting is, well, actually, I don't know. I would think I could argue with you, Roy, and say it could be also argued as it's a sign of bad code, that the only way to solve the problem is to throw money at it, I guess. But we did see problems that showed up because of our optimization that we had to remove. Right? Yeah. We actually spent, in the first week or two, we spent some time stumbling upon problems that were like, oh, well, this was an optimization that makes no sense here now. Oh, no.
Yes. Lucky I can't find scissors yet.
Oh, that's very lucky. She just opened up.
Hide them?
I would not hide them. But I will say there's a pokey feeling in my butt that I've been feeling for a while since I sat on these scissors on my chair.
Perfect. Very personal.
Sounds personal, yeah. Okay, anyway. We're not going to get into that too much. All right, let's keep looking. This is good. This feels good. Let's keep going. Concentrated spell. Cast spell requiring concentration. We got a new one here. So this is going to be just cast with the new spell name. Good. Feels good. Dispel. And here we are going to come in here and we're going to just dispel. And hopefully those are the only times that state changes. It's concentrating now. we're basically looking for assignments to this variable, because anything that's not an assignment doesn't matter. The state only will change. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. Update state from timer. So this one is actually interesting, because update state UI for player. I think this triggers an event. Oh yeah, we're right in main window. Oh yeah. Oh, I see what's going on. We're in update state from timer. We're already up here. So this is where we need to see to do. Oh, I got a dog. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get Karen back here. Mute plus me shouting to Karen. To do, we need to update the spell casting, the in-game spell casting UI, concentrated spell casting UI. Okay, that's what we need to do right there.
Mm-hmm.
Keep looking. What else has happened with concentrated spell? And I think we're fully all the way around. Okay, good. On concentrated spell changing, we got to hook the event. So this guy right here, we want to hook that event. I think up here I've got something called hook player events, maybe. Hook player events. Sweet. So we just send in for every player we know. And then we're going to come down here and say concentrated spell change plus equals. And I'm going to take this, move it down to the bottom, because I like to put all the stuff I'm working on at the bottom of the file so I can quickly get to it. And here's where we need to send the data out. So I'm going to write this when we get out here. I'm going to set a breakpoint here. We're going to write that part.
Okay.
Hearing the dog. Debating whether I should get down off with the chair. Yeah. Dog is not interested in looking at the side of my face. Dog wants eye contact. He wants that kind of love.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I'm going to get down and I'll be right back.
Fair enough.
Go. You know, Rory, the thing about the this dog is the dog will sit outside of a door and whine and whine and whine, and then you open up the door, the dog will be like, just like
what are you doing?
just sitting and looking around and everything but the door. I'm like, get out, go. You're the one who was asking. Okay, so we got that breakpoint. I feel like we're close to a run right here. Mm-hmm. I think that let's do this. Let's take the existing one that's running. We'll close it down. Let's refresh the front. Well, you know what I just realized? I should have thrown this one up when it came up. There it is right there. Roy's like the kind of entity we can't see or understand, but he still helps us. It's true.
Okay, so what next?
Sorry, yeah, Rory's like, let's get some stuff done, man. I know, I'm like,
well, it's a choice, isn't it? There's either things that we need to do before we start running, and there are certain things that is definitely easier to do. So if there are any of those, we should grab those. Or alternatively, you are ready to roll and have sufficient data that will be coming through.
We'll see. I think I'm
one of those two.
Well, I think we're going to spend some time up above. I refreshed the front overlay. Technically, don't really need to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway because the JSON serialization needs to sync up since we've added new pieces to what we're sending.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Build has been canceled. Get an error? Where's my error? Ah, that's kind of interesting. That was refactoring that did that. And it was outside the scope. It made it private. The refactoring should have been smarter. That's not ours though. That's Visual Studio, so I'm not going to. It's not. I'm not going to report that as a bug because we can't really fix that. I just have to replacing it.
Mm-hmm.
In fairness, though, I was, accessing a private field variable from outside. Well, it was a public field. I was accessing a field variable from outside of its scope, outside the DLL. So it's a rare thing that would happen anyway. Okay, we are up. Let's cast a spell that requires concentration. Miles has got darkness. Let's cast darkness. And now let's hit the cast spell button. Okay, I'm glad we're here. This is good. Spell changed event arms. Do we have the word darkness? We do. And it's just been cast. Even better. Okay.
Nice.
Next, we need to go to all player stats. I thought we had all player stats. Oh, we're in D&D game. Hold on. Did I put this in the wrong spot? No, I put it in the game. Oh, I see. I see. Hold on. I got to stop everything. I thought this was going to be far enough out. I've got to bubble the event up one more time. That's
okay.
What I have to do. So let's go back over to character. And let's actually go in here. Let's go even into here. And I'm gonna pass in one more piece here, the character, like that. Whoops. Okay. This is now in the character, so we're going to pass the character in for that. Interesting. Tap index reference is not working here. Hold on. Let's record this as an issue. We're dog food and code rush all the time. I'm here. I want to tap index reference on this. I just added a new parameter here manually. If I tap index reference here, I get here, but here, oh, it's working now. It's just a parsing issue, like a parse time issue. When I made the change, let's drill in and see if I can make it just real quickly. I'll type in like VI like that, come back out, hit the tab key. Tab, no, it's working now. I don't get it. It didn't work for a few moments. So anyway, I'm going to report it as an issue, and we'll see if the kids out there can find this. TTNR failed after adding a new param to the constructor. I know why Rory is trying to rush me along, because he wants to see the cool stuff. He wants to see the cool stuff, doesn't he? Okay, we're getting rid of that.
Cool stuff's coming, I'm sure.
Okay, so there's that. We're going to pass in this here as well. And there it is again. Yeah, look, it just stopped again. It's right after making it not match, adding this parameter, and then hitting the tab key. Look at that. It's not tabbing to next reference. When you see that email come in, Rory, definitely...
Yep. I'll encourage them to look a little longer.
Yeah, I have to wait what feels like too long. So here I've reached here. Look, tab here, paste. Whoops, that's not what I want. This comma. Then come back over here, tab. Yeah, there's the reproducible part right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so undo all of these. And I just have to wait, I guess. Wait. Now, if I try it with the squiggly line gone, nope, still doing it.
No.
It's doing it. Now if I try it, come on. If I drill in, I can drill in, come back out here, tab. If I drill in, I get it. Yeah, I think this might be a Roslyn issue as well, right? It's kind of like, so, did I get all of them? I'm not entirely convinced I have. 1, 2, 3, maybe I have. Okay. All right, so spell con changed event args is there. All I want to do is I want to go into game, put it up in game. This is kind of a convention that we've been doing here. And when I'm here, I want to invoke it. Like that. So I'm just going to pass and bubble that event up is all I'm doing. Then we have to hook this. And we have to hook this up in our main XAML app right here. So here I guess I'm looking for hook game events. Whoops. Hook game events. Game dot. Here we go. Take this, pop it down to the bottom, and here's where we want to do our work. Set a breakpoint here, and run. Yeah, Rory, it'd be nice if I got something up on screen before you had to go. Let's try that as our goal.
Okay.
Something, just to show that the spell is being cast. I still think that we're like 20 minutes away from seeing that even, so we still not may make it. I feel like you need to leave soon.
Fairly.
Yeah, all right, so here we are. We're back up here. Go to Miles, cast darkness. Here comes the cast. And we're at the breakpoint, and we're up high level with the UI where we want it to be.
Yep.
Okay, now we want to go to all player stats. Get player stats. Pass in the player ID. We're going to go to eventargs.player.player ID. Okay. We are going to, sorry, I hit the wrong key. I got to train myself. Hold on, this is a code rush issue here. Reporting another code rush issue. I'm here, and I hit the code rush key. Shoot, I can't duplicate it. Hold on a second. I gotta make a quick change, hit the code rush key. I wanna see the UI. I hit escape now, and it picks up a marker. That's the code rush issue. It should not pick up a marker because that UI was up on screen, right? Did you see that? Let me do it one more time, right?
Cancel button.
Quickly make a change, hit the code rush key. The UI comes up, hit escape. I hit escape, and it drops it and then picks up the marker. Should not do that. Okay, that's the code rush issue. Let me report that. Issue right there. Markers are collected when the, what did you see what the dialogue was, Roy? It's the it's like processes when processing UI is up. Yeah, I'm gonna call it the action menu. All right, so that's a great bug right there. It's like one of those small things that like you're like, wait, what? And you just go fix it because you get to the right spot, and then you realize, oh wait, this should be reported. So we're gonna get player stats right there. All right, so that should be good. And we're gonna do, maybe I'll just do instead, yeah, again, I hit escape there, just did it again right there. Hold on. Let's do that. I suppose I should do this kind of a check here on player as well. Okay, so now we are down in player stats. We need to check and see what we need to look at the spell state. So I'm going to create a switch statement on that spell state. And we're going to come down here. Well, let's start with this one right here. Let's look at this. We've got concentrated spell is equal to EA dot spell name. Right, that's just a string. I think I'm only looking at this scenario right here. I'm not going to worry about these two because we just want to get some data down there.
Yeah.
We've got a percent concentration complete. Set that equal to 0. Was there a third piece that we added? I forget.
I feel like there might have been.
Oh, I have a just broke concentration.
Just broke. Okay.
That's what I have. I almost feel like I could fill this code in here. Just broke concentration is equal to true. And just dispelled. Dispelled means it's 100% complete, I think. I think
it means purposefully broke concentration. Now, whether or not you actually, I suppose, yeah, reached its natural end, so 100%.
Well, you know, it is possible to dispel a spell, and broke concentration is very similar to just dispelled. I'm gonna go with this for right now. Just dispelled. Okay. So this is gonna happen on its own. I think this is happening when the player says I'm gonna do it. Okay. At this point, I think we have something called like update all player stats. Update UI for all player stats. That's internal though, isn't it? I think that's internal UI. It's not change player UI for rolling dice or not. Is this in game? Font size dropped a little bit. Nope, yeah. That's not in game. That's the high level. Set player advantage UI. Yep, that's all internal. So it is. That's not what I want. Update, is it in game? There it is. Update player stats in game. So in game convention, naming convention means it's going to send it down to the streams, the overlay browsers, the TypeScript code. So in game means down here. So update player state in game. That's what we want to call. And inside there, it's just going to send the update command. I'm going to hit run. And I'm going to assume that code is all going to work. That's okay. That's okay. Sometimes that happens. So darkness is cast. Darkness. Let's go over here. What is the time for darkness here? Duration up to 10 minutes. Okay. So some seriously heavy sound effects there on darkness. All right, so that's 10 minutes. So that's good. So even if in a long break point, without the clock being stopped, there should still be time left on it. Yeah. Hold on a second. Came in, dropped off the dog, and left. Dog's like, wow. Okay, down in overlays.
Didn't take it long, did it?
Hold on, one more time. I'm shouting. I think people are just not only leaving the dog here, but they're leaving the house. All right. Getting down off my chair again.
Tag, you're it.
Hold on. Go, get out. Go. That dog is like, he's like looking at me like, should I leave now though? even though I've been whining?
So maybe it's a misinterpretation. Maybe the dog is sad because whomever dropped it off and doesn't want to play. And now you come down and say, right, now I need you to leave. So this is the second person in a row that's trying to get rid of me.
Maybe. I don't know. All right, so player stats are coming in. We're getting this update command in here. Update player. I think it's here. Update player. So here's where it comes in. Now here's the logic. We wrote this like last week or the week before. If there's a change in the ready to roll dice, then we're gonna deal with those ready to roll dice. Either launch the dragons or descend them.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Okay. Just trying to get some symmetry right here. If only the vantage has changed, then we're going to show or hide the vantage die. If the dice don't match in any way, we're going to update the dice. I'm going to extract this as well. I want to extract really just this one. I think I am going to do it. So we've got small methods here.
Yep.
So it's a little bit easier to read. So here's a die already matched, but I don't really care about this. This is just the die portion of it. And then we have this rolling dice now, then fine. Okay. I think all of this...
This is update player dice or update dice.
Yeah, can be extracted to now update player dice. Like that. Okay, good. Next I want to say this dot update concentrated spell. Pass in probably all this stuff. Like that. Just clear this. Update concentrated spell. I'm going to say, hey, if player stats dot. Do I have a just broke concentration? No, I don't want that one.
Concentrated spell is one option. Just broke concentration, and there was a third.
Yeah, so I guess I'm going to do this. If there's something in concentrated spell, then I want to I don't have anything that says it's just now starting up for the first time. So I think that I can find it. I can say, hey, does it already exist? And if not, create it. Which I think I'm going to do. So let's do this. Let's find existing.
Isn't latest player stats the one that's coming in? So it's if player stats concentrated spell is nothing, and latest player stats is something.
Oh shoot! You're right.
Which constitutes a change between earlier state and current state.
You're right. Thank you so much for spotting that. If the spell has changed, then we got to do something. Okay? That's what we have to do. I think we're going to be tweaking this for a couple days to get this right. Hopefully, if we totally get this, it's possible we can get all this right today too. So at this point, let's go add some sprites here. So down here, we've got the ready to roll sprites. We've got a sprite collection. I think I want to create a new sprite collection for the for all of this. Concentrated spells, spell sprites. And we're going to add all of them there. Okay, so there's, we're creating it. Then we're going to say this dot, we're going to say this dot load concentration PNGs maybe, or sprites, probably better. And we're going to give it a path. Let's go out here. It is in, all of these are in spell name scroll. So let me copy that to the clipboard right there. And all right, first one I'm going to grab is this white background here, the white smoke right there. So we're going to need to pass in white smoke, and we're going to need to pass in its center positions on this, right? Where is its origin X and origin Y? Which I think is right in this space here, right about here, because the smoke kind of comes up over here. So I'm going to say put it right about there, which is 63,168. So 63, 168. That's the origins.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to pass in the animation style, and this is going to be a loop for the white smoke. And I think I also want to say this dot concentration white smoke equals that. Do I really want to create individual variables for each one of these?
Depends if you need to get a reference to them for later.
Yeah, but I can get a reference also through the concentration. You know, that is exactly the question, right? But I can get one from this from the concentrated sprite collection. I could go through each piece in it and find the references I need.
Yep.
I don't know. I think I'm going to do this for now because I think it's a little easier. But I just don't like the busyness of this right up here. That's kind of what I don't like. But all right. So let's go to declare this. Thought I just declared it, didn't I? Declare method. I'm drilling into it. There we go. It couldn't find it the first time, but it created the second one. Okay. So we're going to say this dot concentration spell sprites dot add. We need to, we're going to add something in there. This is the file name. This is my origin X. This is my origin Y. Oh, I also forgot the frame rate. Animation style is here. And I need a frame rate as well. So type in VN. I'm going to make the frame rate be the second parameter. VN right there, variable type number. We'll say frame rate. Hit enter, put my comma there. And make sure I'm sorry, I said frame rate. I mean my frame count is what I mean. Okay, and then here my frame count for the white smoke is 150. Okay, there's my white smoke, concentration sprites. This piece right here, we got to now draw these at the right spot. Here's the draw. We're going to draw this behind the dragons, which means we want to put it up here, like that. Okay, so there's our draw right there. I don't think we need any updates Are we ever updating these? We're not. So we don't need to, I was just looking, because we're not moving them. There's no motion. There's nobody's going to be using gravity. So we never need to call update that I can think of. Do we need to for, just in case, I'm going to throw the update. I'm going to go find where we've got our update call of it right here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So I'll have that call there. That's probably going to do absolutely nothing. Okay, back in load concentration sprites, we need to create a new sprites variable. Should have made that. I should have typed in Q SPS for constant, and we're going to call this sprites. And that's equal to new sprites. And it's going to be in this folder. Rory, you're uncharacteristically quiet. That means it's time for you to go almost, isn't it?
You're so good at this.
I can see, I can hear it. I can hear it in your voice. Yep, expected frame count. All right, buddy. Well, thank you so much.
It kind of is time to go. However, I will catch you tomorrow, same time. Everything should be fine, and, well, we'll see how you've gone.
And as always, we're so sad to see you go, Rory.
There you go. Hope this helps out. Bye-bye.
So, oh, you were there for that, Rory? Sorry. Every time. Oh, my goodness. Every time. All right. Let's keep going. We're going to get something showing here today. What's next here? The frame interval, we're going to say FPS 30. I think everything's running at FPS 30, essentially. Animation style. We'll pass that down in there. Pad file index, you betcha. And I think that's it. Then we're going to say sprites.originx is equal to originx. And sprites.originY is equal to originY. Then we're going to say do that, and we're going to return that. And we're returning the sprites. Good. Okay. I think there's a shot of that working. Concentration white smoke. Next. We need to go back to where, I'm just hitting escape to get back to where we were. Here we go. So I think we want to do this. We want to say, hey, if there's a new concentrated spell, then we want to say concentration white smoke dot add, and where are we going to put it? Well, we got to get the X for the player. We have to get the player index first. Passing in player stats dot index, right? Is that what we got? Player ID rather. There it is. And then we have to pass that result to get player X. Okay, there's my X position. So there's my X, my Y. We'll throw it in about 900 for now. Starting index, we can throw a -1, which means it'll have a random. Piece. And we kind of need to be able to find this again later. So what I want to do is I want to assign this to a constant of type sprite called smoke. And then I want to set smoke.data equal to the player ID. So we can find this player's smoke if we need to get rid of it. So if the latest one has a spell, great. If the previous one has a spell, then we want to get rid of it. To get rid of it, well, for smoke, yeah, I think we're just going to say, hey, this destroy active spell. And I think we're going to pass in the player ID. And then the last thing we need to do inside this little block of code is to say, hey, the player stats is equal to the latest player stats. Concentrated spell. So that should get something on the screen. Let's do this too. Destroy active spell. Do I need anything else? I might need the sound manager. I think that might be it. Looking for a bunch of methods. They're about all the same size next to each other. Get something by ID. Just type in get by ID. Get dragon sprite by player ID. Yeah. I'm going to say this dot fade out now, and I'm going to pass in the sprites to that, and I'm going to pass in a time of like maybe 500. I need fade out now to include the player ID. And then okay. So I think that's got a shot of showing something. Let's see what happens. Take a front overlay, refresh it. refresh the data, send that data over. Let's go to Miles. Let's cast darkness again. Hey, look at that. Okay, let's add 10 minutes to the clock and see if the other parts are actually working. That should last no longer than 10 minutes. Oh, we're at a break point here. Hold on. What's happening here? I'm not sure what's happening here. Broke concentration. Why do we break concentration? And then we're Oh, is that the one because of the... Yeah, we just recast it. Interesting. When we sent the data over, he was already casting it. I think we were already tracking it up above. Okay. Lassamat, how you doing? Welcome. We're in the middle of the darkness spell here. Fred, you know when this is going to end, buddy? No? No idea? All right. I think it should end soon. At least the effect part of it. But I think that the spell, if we add 10 minutes, so the idea is add 10 minutes. If that goes away, we're in good shape. And if not, we got to go find a bug. So I'm going to hit add 10 minutes. Shoot, nothing happened. We also did not get out here. I didn't set a breakpoint actually, in fairness, but so we've still got that out there running. Last month, doing good. Started learning JS yesterday. Horrible language programming experience experience-wise, since it's weakly typed, but love what you can do with it. Yeah, so TypeScript bumps that up to getting you something more strongly typed. So yeah, it's a little bit better. Or actually, maybe I'd say a lot better. I'm good. Pudding, how are you doing? Are you good, Pudding? I think Pudding's good as well. So what's going on? Yeah, look over here. We have a bug up at the high level here. Concentrating on darkness with 0 seconds remaining. So why? We need to figure out why.
That's a bug.
Okay. Thanks, Coding Gorilla. You know, you could come in here and help me out anytime, Coding Gorilla. Get on the phone, man. Help me write some code. All right, let's figure that out. You're right. That's a bug. I would agree with you, Coding Gorilla. That is a bug. We need to figure out why that's the case. And it's somewhere up here in the game. When we go to cast a spell, last one it says, testing the new feature here. Okay. When we go into, hold on, let's do this. I'm going to close the chat back panel there on this page so we don't see that anymore. When we cast a spell, we need to go track that code down. Let's see what we got here. Cast, and let's tap Control for options. Look only in this file. I think it's that one, maybe the first one. Return cast. It's the second one. We're getting into here. There's a complete cast here. Well, look at this. Here's where we set the alarm. Let's set a breakpoint here. Let's cast darkness again and see what's going on. Darkness, cast spell. Okay, fine, fine. Complete cast. All right, here we go. We do. Okay, spell duration expired. Here's our event. I mean, our alarm. I'm going to set a breakpoint there. So we're running darkness. And now I'm going to click on add 10 minutes. The alarm should trigger. It does trigger. Okay. That's true. And then we call dispel on the casted spell. So what's going on here? We remove the alarm. Good. On spell dispelled. Do we have a handler here? Is that what we're missing? We're up here now. We're calling dispel at a high level. What's going on in here? Clearing the windup. That's good. Okay. So that's just clear. That's in game right there. We should rename that to, I'm going to put a to do here. Rename this dispel to dispel in game. That, so it indicates what's happening here. This ends the effects. I think I want to do something along these lines here that says, hey, if casted spell dot requires concentration, and in here I want to update the player stats is what I want to do. And let's get the player stats. So we're going to say, do I have an EA player ID? What do I got inside of my event args here? I do not. Okay, I have the casted spell. Do I have, what do I have on the casted spell? Do I have the spell caster? Spell caster. And here, do I have player ID? Looks like I do. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to get the player stats. Then we're going to say percent concentration complete. I guess I'll say it equal to 100. I think I want to do this. Clear the spell to empty. Percent concentration complete. I don't know if I need to set this here. I'm going to... I just realized down below here where I set it, I want to set it to false here and here. Yeah, I'm kind of getting the feeling instead of using the Boolean, I should be passing an enum instead. And then after that, we call update player state in game. Okay, how's that going to work? Sweet, we got rid of it. There's one other thing though. We have a list. If I just run this, we have this thing over here. That guy. I wonder if that's coming from the player itself. Let's try again. Let's go in. We're going to cast darkness again. Darkness, cast the spell. I want to get back. Oh yeah, I got a breakpoint there. Good. So run, complete cast. I need to clear this breakpoint. And switch back over to players. And add 10 minutes. Expired. Requires concentration. So I'm wondering, what's spellcaster? It's a character. Let's see what if it's got the value for the concentrated spell. It does. I think I would set it to null like that. is what I want to do. I wonder if that's going to change, fix the bug up high. I don't understand this. We should see none of this here. Where are we getting? Let's come back up over here. Let's see if we can find that text. It's showing up in there. Concentrating. So I can put a fix here, but I kind of want to fix it in the right place. This is one of those things where, like, you know, we're checking like every second or so, or whenever something's changing, I could do that. What's odd to me is assigning that to null here didn't fix that. Because that other code we were looking at, I'm pretty sure it's called like in a timer. Let's go bring back the search for concentrating on. How come it's not in there? Oh, because I'm in a different folder. Nope, I don't see it here either. Concentrating on, there it is. This is in a timer. Update state UI for player. Update all UI. I thought it was on, there it is, update state from timer. Oh, but we do set it to null so we don't update it. That's why we're not, what's happening is this is never changing because we set it to null, which means we kind of need to go back. We need to call this after we set this to this, right there. So let's do that one more time and see if that fixes it. So add 10 minutes, darkness, cast the spell. And get out of there. Add 10 minutes. Set that to null, then update. Is that gonna work? I think that might work. There it is, cool. So that's now seemingly fixed right there. So that's got the correct data there. I almost believe, let's do this one more time. I think that's kind of in the wrong place. Darkness, cast spell. Add 10 minutes. I want this down below. There. I want to do that no matter what. Okay. So the add 10 minutes, get rid of it. I feel like it's not getting rid of it. Why not? Worldwake, I would love to profess my love to test-driven development. Worldwake, of course. Coding Gorilla is talking to last Matt out there. The replies are weird, just noticed them for the first time, had to try it. Did you see the renaming Twitch Prime to Prime Gaming? I did not see that. Worldwake, yeah. Go ahead, profess your love to test-driven development. It's really good if, you know, solid code is important. It's really good. It's like the only way to do it. So I got this thing spinning. I'm not sure why. Over here. I don't understand it. Let's cast the spell one more time. Concentration changed. and add 10 minutes. And it is not clearing. Did we do something wrong up there in that other part of the code? That should clear it up right there. Player ID should be the same. It should find it. That should all work. So I don't get it. Add 10 minutes. Hold on. Am I not coming out here? I'm not seeing this breakpoint. Cast spell. Run. Add 10 minutes. Now I got the breakpoint. This line of code right here, when executed, should get rid of that. It does not. Let me refresh everything down there. See if that makes a difference. Looks like we lost our signal R connection. Okay, we were at a breakpoint, I think, for too long. This sometimes that happens. That's what happened. It wasn't that we broke something. It's that we were at a breakpoint for too long. And sometimes we lose signal R, and I have to restart the app up on the XAML side of things here. Coding Gorilla says, I hate TDD. TDD is super challenging for me when UI is involved. So when I'm writing UI-related stuff, especially custom stuff, like what we're doing here, I just spend a lot of time both reviewing the code, making sure I'm focused when I'm writing the code, and really thinking about where can this go wrong. That's what my hope is, so that I write the code well. TDD is better than, I don't know, bread? Sliced bread? It's not bad. I'd actually like to do, yeah, exactly the only way to do it. Yeah. Look, in the place, here's the thing. If you've got test cases, like a huge number of test cases, as a project manager, you have a high degree of confidence in how solid the product's going to be when you release it, which is something you cannot get without a large number of test cases. So like, for example, with CodeRush, we've got something like, I want to say 20 to 30,000 test cases. And so we have a very strong sense before a release if something's going to break or not. In fact, I think over the last 5 years, all the bugs that we've seen have been essentially what I would describe as, I guess, new bugs. Bugs due to changes in Visual Studio, for example, or bugs with some new code that's written. But we're not ever seeing those regression bugs, those bugs where you think you fixed a bug and it comes back. That thing doesn't really happen, and so you end up having a higher quality. So if you have customers, like, so I should point out that the code that we write on the show, there's one customer essentially, and it's me. It's nobody else, right? And so it's got to be solid and work. The product has to be, but it's not like there's liability on the line. There's not like people paying money for the software. Nobody's paying money for this. And so sometimes as a result, I will cut corners in the development because I want the development of this to be interesting to watch to some degree, right? That's my hope. And I feel that sometimes test-driven development is not interesting to watch when I do it. I feel like I'm not good enough at it, and I take too long to do it. I've done it sometimes. We've done some TDD shows here, but in general, I feel like it doesn't show CodeRush off very well because we're not writing a lot of new code. And we're not writing structural pieces of code. It's generally just one line at a time. I don't know. There are some CodeRush features that make TDD really fast. But, I just kind of gloss over them when we're working. And so, like I say, it's not really show the speed, I think, of how quickly you can write code. Really, Coding Gorilla. So, yeah, I'm not there at all. Coding Gorilla, here, let's get this on screen here so we can see it here. Coding Gorilla says, I think I'm starting to become a unit test skeptic, honestly. That is super interesting. Yeah, I'm not there. I feel like the value of unit tests is pretty high when you've got liability on the line, when you're selling software, when it's mission critical software, that sort of thing. The value of unit test, you just can't replace it with anything else, right? So I am definitely not there. But however, there are kinds of things that we do, like for example, this, where writing a unit test is incredibly hard, right? For making sure the positions, whatever we're going to do, the animation's right, all of that. These are things that I find it's much cheaper to visually confirm this and to really think about edge cases and try to test for those and catch those than it is it's much cheaper to do that and just get it right and never touch the code again than it is to try to write unit tests for that, right? Unit tests are also incredibly valuable when it's time to refactor code. So those are my takes. I am not at a skeptic level on that yet. Maybe that's something that's coming in my future. Last man says, we have 0 tests at work, industrial IT for you. Yeah, I'm still starting to apply TDD in practice, but now that I've applied it in my first real world project, wow. Sure, the difference between no TDD, no tests, and suddenly getting test cases, yes, the test code becomes more interesting than the actual code. That's also, I think, a sign that you've got good test cases, WorldWake, right? If it's more interesting, that means it's easy to read, right? And it also shows kind of the intended parameters under which you expect the code to operate correctly, right? Where are my constraints? This is this why, right? If your test code is very tightly constrained, then it may not handle, somebody banging on the keys, that sort of thing, or somebody adding 10,000 objects all at once, that sort of thing. Kobe Salva says, I have a project with several thousand unit test cases. Yeah, it makes me a lot bolder in refactoring. Yeah, several thousand unit tests. That's the thing, right? If you're about to change code, if you work on a team, it's a lot of people on the team, right? There's just no substitute for the security that unit tests give you, I find. If you're working all by yourself, you can maybe let those slide a little bit, I suppose. I like to write code and never touch it again, right? That's kind of what I like to do. Or if I go in and change it, I like to make sure that I have a way of verifying that that I'm not going to impact or make any changes that are going to change behavior. So unit tests are one of the things that help with that. Interestingly enough, though, on this show, we've made several changes to the game engine over the last few episodes. And we don't have any unit tests down there. It's TypeScript code, but we do have all the games that we're running working. And I think I actually introduced a bug, and it was an edge case bug that wasn't going to be seen, but I found it somewhere else. I remember found it when we're in reviewing the code. So that's happened. Kind of like, not normally what you would be doing, right? You'd be saying, well, if you're going to walk away from code, then okay, you don't need any more tests on it. But if you're going to go change that code, if there's a bug in it or something like that, then boy, that's when you really want those test cases. Yeah, so this is like an interesting concept that Coding Gorilla is bringing up here. Coding Gorilla says, hey, if dev A writes the test and dev B writes the code, it's still useful. But when I write them, the test just conforms to my preconceptions of code. I think, though, that the test case encourages you a bit to step outside of that. It, at the very least, calls your attention to the fact that your test is absolutely conforming to your preconceptions of the code. And I think that's still a positive step in the right direction. I also think that it's useful on a team, though, to have throw one dev at trying to find problems in another dev's code. Because then you don't have that built-in, ego psychological block that kind of says, oh, I don't want to push too hard in this space. Whereas the other dev is, let's push hard here. Let's push hard here, because they have no investment in whether the results are positive or negative. So yeah. Story on the CodeRush team. When we were developing reorder parameters, someone said, yeah, I think it's done. The main developer said, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's done. And I said, and how sure do you feel about that? And he said, pretty sure. I turned to the developer sitting next to him. I said, okay, I need you to find 13 bugs in this code in the next hour. Go. And he said within like 40 minutes, I've got 13 that I've found. And the point of that whole exercise was to show that, look, what we believe is true, especially about our own code, is unlikely to be the case. These were newer devs, both of them, right? And I wanted to demonstrate that, and also to show that, hey, if you're the one looking for the bugs, then you're better at it than if you were the one who wrote the code. So same thing I think for testing too. Although I like the idea of writing the test first, and yeah, I acknowledge that it conforms to my preconceptions, and at least I'm aware of it. Yeah, Coding Gorilla says he works on a small team. Most of the work is only touched by him. And Worldwake is asking, do you design completely new things with TDD? And Coding Gorilla says, no, do not like. Nothing wrong with code conforming to preconceptions. I'm pretty good at bug hunting. It's a lot of fun, says Last Man. That's good. I find that I think I'm okay at it, but I find that for me, for hard to find bugs, the biggest challenge is always, how do I quickly visualize what I can't see? How do I visualize the part? Because it seems this is true with every bug, that once you can see it, it's like obvious. Once you're at the right piece of code, it's like completely obvious. That's almost always the case. Pudding's like, what's bug hunting? I just like pudding. Okay, so we've started back up here again. Let's go into Miles. Let's cast darkness. It wasn't a problem we introduced with code. I think my contention, I believe that what's going to happen is when I add 10 minutes now, that white cloud is going to disappear. So let's eliminate that special effect. Let's add 10 minutes, go, and it disappears. Perfect. Okay, now we're back down into TypeScript. Next we need that darkness sound effect lasts a long time. All right, here we go.
Compiles. Let's ship it.
We're getting close. I want to do update, what is it, player? Do I have an update player stats? Somewhere there. Update concentrated spell. Here's where I want to work in this space. Okay, so the first thing we're doing, let's do this too. We'll kill the back panel there. All right, so the first thing we're doing is we're adding that smoke cloud in the back. Next, I think we're going to add the timer. That's what I think we're going to add next, is the timer. So let's do that next. And we'll just have the timer, I think, play through all the way. I'm just going to do this a step at a time here. So let's go up to the concentration white smoke. And then we're going to say call this the concentration hourglass. Hourglass ends. This can be a type sprites. And we have one more that is the hourglass sand. Like that. Wheels off. I think I can get that here. Where is that? It's like in the going off rails. The training wheels are off, right? Is that what it is? Where do I have that button? I've got going off rails. Where's the training wheels are off? I don't know where that button is.
Cool story, bro.
That's not it.
Coding.
All right. We'll get back to some coding. Dice roller got refreshed somewhere. It's okay. Should refresh it quickly there. All right. So back over here, we've just added hourglass ends and hourglass sand. Going to similarly lower that. Create that as well. Concentration, hourglass ends. And let's go look at that. Here it is right here. Oops, I just wanted to get its file name. Actually, this will be cool too to have that open in there. So there's the file name. This has got, I think, 30 frames of animation in it. $30, 31. Okay, so that's a 31. Where's its center? What about right there? What do we got? 57, 56. And this is animation style is sequential stop. So it's going to just show the last frame. We've also got concentration hourglass sand. That, and it's probably the name of it is hourglass sand. Let's see what that looks like out here. Yep, hourglass sand. Open that up, and its center is 44, 46. And its animation style is sequential. Frame count. It's high. Its frame count is 348 frames. It's a lot of frames. Yeah, I'm like, let's keep throwing stuff at my machine. Okay, so I've got those two right there. Concentration, hourglass, ends, and sand. Good. So here's the smoke. Where we add the smoke. And now we want to, I think I want to do something similar like this. We're going to call this the hourglass ends, like that. We're going to grab that. This is going to be here. And add it at the same spot. We're going to start at frame 0. And the hourglass sand. Also added at the same spot. And I think that's all we need to do. And I think destroy active spell. We got to do the, kind of the similar duplication here. Whoops, not complete concentration. Gotta do some changing here around. Hold on a second. Oh, this is that bug I reported before. Okay, hourglass sand. All right, so we've got the fade out now there. All right, so let's refresh this now. Dice front overlay. Refresh from there. Let's cast darkness. Cast the spell. Nice. Nice. That works for me. All right, and then it's done, but now we still have to add 10 minutes. We've lost. There we go, we get rid of it. All right, cool. We lost the, hey, firepower's out there. Our Coding Gorilla replies, a new Twitch feature. Don't think I've ever seen replies before. I think they're old. If you're talking about when you're typing in @ for replies, but maybe there's something else. I'm not sure. All right, last minute's lurking, getting some food. You're welcome to lurk, kids. Okay, not bad. Not bad. All right, so next we got to figure out where that animation goes, and we need to update and send it down. We also need to open up the scroll, and we need to put this whole thing in the right position. Let's get the scroll opening, get that animation going right now. Oh, wow, replies, that's handy. So when we say replies, what are we talking about? It's not the same as just adding somebody in the chat, is it? Or is it? Mouse over the message. There's a reply button. I'm not seeing that here. Let's see if I see it over here. Yeah, I'm not seeing that. It only shows up on certain messages, says Screechrat. You have to look at it in Twitch. Okay, that's probably why. Yeah, I figured it because I have it in a different view. A different browser window. Okay. So when you hit reply, then that means it sends only to that person. Is that right? You can't reply to replies, but it shows up to for all the other messages. Okay. Thanks, Smoopy. By the way, Smoopy's got it. If you haven't seen it, Smoopy's got a new fanfare. Here, just listen. Watch this, kid. That's Smoopy's right there. Shows up in the main channel for all to read, but gives context to the previous message. Oh, sweet. Disney Monorail is awesome. All right, cool. Cool. All right, so let's keep adding the pieces. We got more to add here. We need to get the scroll on, which means we need this opening fire animation for it. So we need that, and we need this one right here. All right, so let's work on that. Scroll open fire. So there's scroll open fire right there. Let's build this. That looks right. Number of frames for scroll open fire, 77. Where's it center? $103.71. And it's sequential. It's not a loop. Okay. There's the smoke. That all looks correct. I don't really need to send the data to it because it's going to just play and clean itself up. I really just kind of need to do that. Let's also start to offset the hourglass. So I'm going to create a new number here called hourglass offset. Let's say we move it over, I'll throw it at 100 right now. So the smoke goes over there, and the hourglass parts go over there. But the concentration scroll part is going to go right above the player, where the scroll will open up. We don't need this. And now let's refresh the front overlay. Refresh over here. Let's cast something else that requires concentration. We've got darkness already running, interestingly enough, is what it looks like. It's at 10 minutes. Is that going to stop it there? Oh, got another bug. Hold on. Yeah, let me write that down. So I'm going to forget about that. It's like my general to-do list up here in Notepad. Concentration icon still seems to spin on character stat scroll. All right, let's get another one that requires concentration. Haste. Let's throw haste at us. There it is right there. Let's cast the spell. Here we are. Did I get the X with a Y? Did I mess that up? That should look like I did. Yep. Let's also come up here with the, I'm going to say spell scroll Y. Whoops. Let's set that to 900. And we'll replace all these 900s with that as well. Mr. Smoothie's animation is really cool. Thanks, Les Matt. All right, let's refresh one more time. We should see them left and right aligned. Let's add a long rest. Initialize that. Let's cast haste again. And after I hit run, put your eyes right over there. All right. Cool. Next, we got to open that up for the concentrated spell. What is haste? How long does haste last for? Why aren't we changing these? I've seen this before. Do I have to close it down, come back over here after an update? It's right there. There it is. Up to 1 minute. So haste lasts for 1 minute. So if we add a minute to the clock, that should all go away. There it is. Okay. Okay. Scroll opening next. This is where things are going to start to get a little tricky. Let's first just get it to open all the way and stop. Then we will figure out how much we needed to open up. All right. All right, so we're going to get the concentration spell name scroll. So we're going to call that. That looks right. Spell name scroll looks like 21 frames. And its center is 220/46. Animation style is sequential. Is that right? I think it's kind of right. Okay. I think that's what we're looking at. So hold on. I think I might want to change this. No, I want to change this to sequential stop, maybe. So it's going to open up all the way right for right now. Let's do that. And are we actually creating a new instance of it? We are. So update concentrated spell. Here's where we create, we unfurl it right here. So let's do that. Refresh. Add it on the rest. Cast haste again. Cast spell. Run. Seems like my differentiation is not quite correct here. It looks like the spells scroll is being added. Yeah, that I don't want to do. I want that there. Let's do that. I also want to check to make sure my order is correct in terms of adding these. That I'm drawing these in the right order. Yeah, so the spell scroll should be behind the fire. The order, I'm pretty sure, is the order in which they're added to the concentrated spell sprites, that sprite collection. So this essentially reflects the Z order here, and that looks okay to me. So let's do a refresh over here. Oh, I see now it didn't have the error, but you can click on a reply. Yep, it opens a sub window with the who thread. That's super interesting. Okay, let's refresh the front overlay. Send that over. I think I can clear this breakpoint for now. And add a rest. Cast paste again. Go. There it is. Better. Next, we got to get the spell name and write it out. That's what we got to do. And we got to reposition everything. What's that, a minute? All that should go away. The spell didn't go away. Oh, I know why. Here. That's what we need right there. All right, so that'll make the spell go away. One more refresh. One more of those. Add a minute, haste, cast the spell. And now let's make it go away by adding another minute. Everything goes away. Let's cast haste again. One more time. It looked like the fire was not drawn on top. No, it is. That's good. All right, so that's good. Good, good, good. All right, next we need to get the spell name and draw it on there. Let's do that next. So we're loading the sprites here. Adding them here, drawing them here. We have a problem. The problem is that we need to draw text in between several layers of that are in our collection. So instead of calling concentrated spell sprites.draw, I want to call this.draw concentrated spell sprites like that. And I want to declare this. put it up here. I want to grab these and draw them manually is what I want to do. So for each one of these, I want to call dot draw context and now ms, like that. Then I now have the ability, since this is now the drawing order, the Z order, the smoke is drawn in the back, then the name scroll, the fire is here. I can draw the text between them. So I'm going to say this dot draw spell text. Passing in context and now MS. Okay, let's drop a marker here. We're going to come back. We want to go back to the point where we're creating these things. And I think what I want to do is I want to create a new text effect. Text effect, X, and then the Y is going to be the spell scroll Y, like that. I will say spell name. I think I got a data in here as well. Ooh, I don't have data. Well, what's going on with that? Text effect descends from scalable animation. Where is data? It's in sprite proxy. I'm taking it up to animated element. That was easy. Coming back. So now down here, data, see little player stats, a player ID. Worldbreak is like, hey Mark, you ever thought about making money? Programming? That's what my wife talks to me about all the time. She's like, please, will you do something that just doesn't play? Please, please, please. Well, you know, we are, you know, I do this and I also work on CodeRush, and CodeRush is making some money. We're actually, well, I can't really talk, I guess, too much about it, but I'm in deep, intense CodeRush dev mode when I'm not doing this stuff. So yeah, I do a little bit of that. Yeah, program the next Facebook or something. I'm not actually thinking about making that much money. No, I don't know. I'm open to it, I suppose. You know, I guess I wouldn't object to it, I suppose, too much. But the problem with being within a startup, because that's kind of the environment, right, is that there is the, I think I've been in like a number of startups. I've been, you know, and all of them essentially end in a, or most of them ended the way most startups end, which is kind of like that. So, yeah, it's something you can do, but it's often a lot of work and the odds are not great. Coding gorilla. Coding Gorilla's like, I don't know. Maybe Dragon Humpers is going to be the next Facebook. Who knows? I don't know. I'm like, I'll tell you, I got my mind is super wrapped around what we're doing, right? We're creating these custom effects for a live show that rival what you would see on a network, right? What we're doing right now, actually, by the time we're done, is going to look as pro as anything you'd see on a, on a major broadcast network. And we're able to do it live, which is something that's, I think, harder for these guys to do. I think these guys are, they try to do this stuff, but you often see the technical problems eke their way through in a broadcast, in a live broadcast. So anyway, that happens. All right, let's see if I can get back to where I was on this. We need to, okay, so we've added the spell name text effect. It's got a property called text, I presume. That's going to be equal to, I'm going to say latest player stats dot spell name concentrated spell. That's the string. Where do I set these, by the way? I'm not setting them here. Oh, I set them here. Okay, good. Well, this is a huge candidate for extracting to its own method. I'm going to do that forthwith. Spell name data is here. And then I want, like, I think, an array of, I want a variable that's an array of text effects. I'm just going to call this the spell names, concentrated spell names. Set it equal to that. No. I have this other thing. I remember we learned this before called animations, plural. Equals new, right? Is that not right? Animations. Sweet. Then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say this dot add or push. Come on. Add animations. Oh, sorry, I got to say this over here. What do I got? Add text. Nope. Dot push. There we go. Spell name. Then, when it comes time to draw, we're going to draw them at the right spot. Right up. Well, we've got it here, so fine. So I'll just be like, concentrated spell names dot draw dot render. There it is. I got a render call here instead. Slightly inconsistent in the naming conventions, but it's okay for now. I think I can just get rid of this method. So inline that. So there's my spell names. Okay, well, we got to set up some more things here in the text effect. I think I got a font, name, excuse me, font size. I'm not sure about it. I'm going to say 18. I think maybe, let's say 24. See what happens with my 24. We want to say the font color is equal to, it's going to be the same color as this guy. It's kind of a dark brown. Okay, there's my font color. Anything I'm missing? We need to clean it up. This is a little trickier than this part right here, destroy active spell. So now we need to go to animations. What is that? That's an array. That's mad. Hold on a second. That's what it says. Mark as an artist. Everyone knows their products are only priceless after they can't do anymore. Okay, fair. We're like, what's the worst part about being a programmer in 2020 that we're not going to have in, say, 30 years? I would say this repetitive strain from using keyboard. That's what I would say. I think in 30 years, keyboard's gone, and it's potentially mind connection. I'd say that. I say got a good shot of that. Which, and then that goes, I think also this whole idea of sitting down to write code, I think you won't, that'll be gone. I think you can lay down and write code very quickly. And then, I don't know what, in another 30 years, bots will be writing code for it. So 60 years, AI will be writing a lot of code, I think. Is that feel right? 60 years to 120 years, somewhere in that frame. 30 years writing code without, just by thinking it. I feel like that's certainly not outside. 61 years, no more humans. Barbara says that would be amazing, and I can totally see that happening. Yeah, well, there are pieces in play to get there right now. All right, so we need to go through all of the animations. Okay. If that of I dot data equals player ID, need one more equal sign in there. If that's the case, then I want to say, hey, Mr. Animation, you fade out now, passing in, I guess, whatever, to 500. And that 500 showing up all there tells us that we need to do this. QN, fade out time, equal to 500. And then we need to take that fade out time and replace that 500 here. Okay. And I think that'll clean it up. Get rid of it. I think we've got the drawing. Yep. We've got the adding. I think it's going to work. Let's try it. So we'll do the front overlay. And refresh here. And cast haste. Hey, we got the word haste. That's not bad. And it looks like it's centered. So we don't have to mess with the alignment. That's awesome. Okay. So Worldlake says, I think the worst part, I think you're saying are errors, but come from the necessities of computation, basically stuff like off by one. I don't know. I find my opinion on that has evolved. I think I used to feel helpless when it came to off by one errors. My response to them was always, well, let's try moving it one way or the other and get it to work, and then I'm done. and it's actually since I started doing this show in the last 2 years, Oh, hold on. Warblake is clarifying with things like race conditions and deadlocks. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, you got me there. But with regards to off by ones, I started getting to a point where I realized, oh, you know what? If I spend more time thinking about the problem, I spend way less time debugging it. And that has been something that I've kind of seen a lot of evidence to support over the last 2 years of doing this show. Right? So instead of just, being maybe a little, flippant or trivially attentive or minimally attentive, at times, I try to stay really in it and really focused, and I find overall the end result is much better. All right, let's keep bumping up that font size here. Let's go to, I want to do two things. I want to actually change the text for a second, that really long string called protection from evil and good. That's what I'm going to set it to for now. Okay. We're having a problem syntax highlighting. What's going on? There we go. Let's refresh it. There's the overlay refresh. There's the data refresh. Let's cast it. That's not bad in terms of size. What's interesting though is it's not centered in the scroll, which does not make sense to me. It seems to be centered vertically pretty well, but it does not appear to be centered horizontally. I want to open up the scroll. Make sure my center here is the same as the center in the other one. Okay, so let's look at this. Center here. Yeah, looks like it's about 206. Center here, 220. There's 206 comparatively. It's there. All right, it's possible they don't go out the same distance. All right, let's use this one instead. Let's do this. I'm just going to select from there to there, copy it, paste it, see what its dimensions are. It's 356. Let's do this. 356 divided by 2, 178. Let's make it 178. Well, sorry, not 178. Hold on. 178 plus whatever's over here. Which is 31. So 209. So it's up 220, 209. I don't know, see if that's any better. Let's do a refresh. Refresh, paste, cast spell. That looks better. Okay, so now we've got protection from evil and good, essentially fitting. The font's too big. We need to make room for that concentration icon. And I'm thinking let's put that in next. Let's get the font the correct size. Let's try 38 for that. Let's get that, also let's get the concentration, concentration icon, like that. This, we're going to call this, I think it's just called, what is it called? concentration. It's got 1 frame in it. It's, what's its center point? Center point is 1416. How's everything going, family?
How are your eyebrows, buddy?
They're safe.
Not long.
All right, there's concentration. Hey, Gia, will you fill up my water bottle? Oh, you do? Karen Mangicotti, will you do that for me, please? This is going to be static.
Hey, guess what Sunday is, Mark Miller?
Our anniversary. Always say that,
our
kids.
anniversary and our
Always.
birthday just passed. And
She's coming. She's coming, everybody. Here she
Costa
comes.
Rican Mother's Day is on Sunday.
Oh my God.
You know what I want?
No, what do you want? Honey.
I don't know. Suggestions in the chat room? What do you guys think?
I may or may not have thrown out some lure. Some lure? What are we talking about? Last Matt?
Last Matt.
Think you brought her out here? What? I don't even know what's going on.
Last Matt has me on speed dial.
Rename this, I think, to just concentration icon. All right, let's keep going. We're going to draw.
Fill your water bottle like a good wife.
You're the best wife. Do you know that? Drawing the icon there. Here's where we're going to add it. Well, it's from spell to white. No, thank you. There's my icon. Now I want to do some auto rotation on this thing. Degrees per second. I'm going to say, I don't know, 4 for now. I want to just tab the next reference on this. See where we're setting this anywhere else. Five. That's for damage force. No, that's not what I want. I'm looking for the character stat strolls, not the dice layer. Thanks so much.
Best wife ever.
You are the best wife ever. You are. Last event says you'll see in a bit. You threw out some lure. Okay. Ooh, also notice we've still got the text there. It's not been dropped. I didn't notice that till just now. Here's that scroll. Spinning concentration icons. Here's the magic number I was looking for. Right there. Auto rotation degrees per second. Let's do this. Let's come up here, type in QN, and we're going to say spinning concentration icon degrees per second. Let's set that equal to 40. I guess it's public by default, isn't it? We're going to do this. And we get down to here. And we're going to say character stat scroll dot that. That means over here, I can do that. That should work. So now we've got automatic rotation. The concentration icon is added. The data is attached. We got to find out why why the text is not, we're not losing the text. We need to figure that out too. We need to now fade out the concentration icon. Concentrated spell names, animations fade out now. I think I might need, you know what I think I might need? Is I might need in the call to update I think I might need remove expired animations here. Because the fade out now gives it an expiration, but I don't think we're ever removing it. That might be what's needed. So let's try that. Okay. There's the data refresh. And let's cast paste again. Cast the spell. Okay, the size of the font I think is good. That'll fit. I want to shift it over. Where's the, oh, there's the spinning icon. It's right there at 0. So there's the spinning icon. You can see it there. Now when we end haste, everything goes away except for protection from evil and good. The question is this the old one? It may have never expired. No, because when I did this, it cleared it. Right? Just to verify that, if we repeat this, haste, cast spell. Oops, in the wrong spot because I failed to initialize. Hold on. Add a minute. Try one more time. Haste, cast spell. Add a minute. Yeah, protection from evil and good still remains. So we got to figure that out. It's hard to read the text with the hourglass over it. It's all gonna move. Hourglass is going to go to the side. I totally agree with you. You know, we're working our way through this. Okay. What is going on? Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. What is going on? Why isn't this changing anything? Concentrated spell names. Spell name data is there. Lure successful? What the heck is going on? Some plooping going on. Same place things. Spoofy needs to level up. I forget what my level up command is. I think my level up command, where's my, let's see if I can do this here. I think it goes like this. Is that right?
Level up.
You're letting out level 7, Mr. Spoofy. That was magic. I remembered the command to level up. Yeah, that text protection from good and evil needs to go away. We're setting the data here. Wait, no, sorry. Here to the player ID. We're adding it to the animations. We're checking it again here if it's equal to the player ID. If it is, we're saying calling fade out now on it. Fade out after. We set the expiration date. What's going on in render? Oh, you know what I bet we're missing? We're missing updated elements. Update elements. We need a call to update. I think that's going to fix this. That's happening implicitly in other places. So let's do this. Let's search for the word update. Here we go. I think we need something similar here, like an update call, update positions. Let's try that. Throw that at it and see if that works. Oop, we need a mod. Good job, mod. Aren't you a mod, Smoopy? Let me modify you here. How do we make you a mod? I'm looking in a smaller window than I normally look at. Yeah, I think I'm not able to see it because the window's so small. Can we have some special effects for the new guys? That can work. I think I got to go into another window. All kinds of things. I can ban you and time you out. All of those things. Where's my mod button? I think I got to jump outside. Didn't spend his new privileges. Do /mod. Oh, I got a mod. /mod. Sweet. I didn't know I could do that. Thank you so much. Boom. Last minute says still working hard. Last minute just
Cool story, bro.
just for working hard.
Level up.
I've just leveled you up, man. You're at level 5. All right. /mods for a list of mods. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Saint Place Things. I appreciate that. All right, so let's see if that works. Let's get back over to the player view. Refresh. Cast haste. Here's the cast. Don't worry, we're going to get that stuff. Move it over there. Let's add a minute. Oh, it's still not going away. Why not? Did I? You know what? Just in case, let's double check. Let's definitely refresh that. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we did this. We did this. Add a minute.
The training wheels are off.
Training wheels are off. And training wheels are off. And this should all be working. Move to expired animations. Oh, no, I see the problems. No, here's the problem, guys. It's my problem. It's really just I wasn't paying attention. It's this. That's what we want. My bad. That's the bug. All right, so good to see that. Let's
Fixed.
So there's the front overlay. We don't know if it's fixed yet. Wait. And but I think it is. Let's there's some of the spell slots. Cast haste. There it comes. And now let's add a minute, and they all go away. That's what we're talking about. Okay, good. Now let's get positioning right. We got to get that spinning icon on the right. We got to get the text on the left. That means we have to measure the text. See how long the text is. That's also going to tell us how far we go to open the scroll, because we don't want the scroll to open too far. Let's first get measure the text, get it in the right place, get the icon in the right place. Let's do that first. You know what I want to do? I want to take that method we were working in where we're creating these right here, update concentrated spell. I want to take that, move it to the bottom. So we've got that. And I think we also have that other method in here, destroy concentrated spell. Destroy active spell. That's what I want, I guess. Throw that here. And there's also this fade out now. Just want to put all these down by the bottom. Just like to do that so I can very quickly get to the set of code I'm working on. Okay. We need to measure the text. So let's go back to do this. So we're going to now use this instead. We want to go into, what is it, context? Uh-oh. I don't have a context here. And I don't have a context here. And I don't have a context here. Really? And a command, because I'm not drawing. The problem is I don't have the context, but I think, let's see, I think I can get a context from other locations. Let's see what's going on here. Last Matt says, I'll go learn more JavaScript. See you next time. All right, Last Matt. Can I get some context up in here? Yeah, I'm with you, man. I got to find it. It's like a get context call, I feel like, somewhere in here. Because it really, all I'm doing is measuring text, so it really doesn't matter which one I use. Am I circling? I can't tell. Am I circling around? Is that what the sound is? Yeah, that's a circle around. So it's not here. I feel like I just solved this problem. Here. So this is kind of interesting. I've got this global out here in front main called my context. That may be what I can use. Let's try that. We can see it. All right, so we got our text width. The icon width. It's equal to 32. I remember that from looking at that, the icon itself, the height of it. So the entire, the full scroll width, that's equal text width plus concentration icon width. We need to get this a little higher. Okay, our X offset is equal to So now the spell name is going to, we're just going to shift it off to the left by half of the width of the concentration icon. Stick the concentration icon on the right. Okay. Then I want to create something called the concentration offset X. That's going to be equal to this divided by 2 minus maybe we can say plus this. I think this will get us close. Oops, that should be divided by 2. Looks like IntelliSense suggested that. That's my concentration offset X. That means, uh-oh, she's coming in.
How's your wallet?
It's great. How are you?
I would like your nice big fat wallet right now. I owe a lot of money to a lot of people.
Okay, there you go. It's like my eyes are on the code.
That's right.
I don't know what's happening.
Your eyes on the code. That's what they say.
I think there's a chance that's going to work. Let's try it. See what we get. Right? Why not? I have more in a secret pocket.
Oh, really? You were holding out on me.
All the time. Yeah, well,
You mofo.
I have multiple wives and families I have got to support. So I have a different pocket for each family. No, don't buy it.
Get out of here.
I'm a desirable person. You married up. Do you believe me?
Nope.
Dang. Okay, let's see. We did the refresh. Let's do the haste spell. Cast the spell. That icon's totally in the wrong spot. It should be on the other side of haste. Yeah, the concentration icon is in the wrong spot. What am I doing wrong here? Concentration offset X. Ooh, this is a negative. So this should be, wait, is that right? No, wait, that feels right based on my, the logic I was running. What's interesting is it's as if it didn't refresh. Oh, look, I haven't saved. Right there. Let me hit save. Do refresh one more time. Always good to be checking the same code that you think you're checking. Okay. Let's add a little rest. Cast haste. Cast the spell. There we go. Look at that. Good. Now that we know this, we need to get this, well, we get a couple things. We need to get, I feel like there needs to be a little bit more margin in there between the two of those. Let's just fix that a bit. Margin, we're going to set that equal to maybe 5. And the full scroll width, we're going to now add that in. Spell name offset X. And I think we do this divided by 2 as well. Concentration offset X. That works good. This works. Although, wait, I made a change to this. let's do this. Let's create a half width here. All right. So now concentration offset is this minus concentration icon half width. That's it. I think that's now correct. That feels better to me. Okay, let's try that. Check that. Just a hair too much. Maybe 3? Oops. Good. I'll take that. Next, let's figure out where to stop the scroll. Got a minute. Everything goes away. Good. The scroll is based on the text width. I measured the available text width for each of the frame indexes, and it's in this chart right here. It basically goes up by about 20 to 25, somewhere in that range every time. But I think I just want to use these numbers, is what I want to do. So I guess I'll just copy these, and we create a method down here that uses this data. I think it's a function that returns a number called get frame index, get spell name scroll frame index from width, from necessary what needed width, like that. And so we'll come in here and say needed width. And actually, you know, what I'm about to do is something I do frequently. I'll come in here and I'll say, well, you know what? I don't need these because this is going to explain what's going on, where it's coming from. And then if I put this in here, it goes like this. So now I want to say, hey, if needed width is less than 86, then I'm going to return 8. There's probably a better way to do this immediately. I'm thinking probably a better way, but it's just a little bit of code I need. It's not too hard. What I'm going to do is this, though. I'm going to use CodeRush to multi-select those 2 pieces I want to change, copy those to the clipboard, and now if I paste those in, I should be able to now start typing in the rest. So 106 goes here, and this is 9, and paste in again. I wonder if I can do. It's probably better if coders can probably catch what's changing. Now I'm going to say 131. Like that. That's going to return 10, and then I'm going to duplicate again, and then this is going to go to 150, and that's going to go to 11, and duplicate again. Oh, it's not catching it. That's too bad. 176. Let's go in and report this as an issue. All right, kids, I am duplicating a selection. This is my selection. I'm expecting it to spot the return value is incrementing. And also, to some degree, this is incrementing too, and figure that out. When I select and duplicate it, though, it doesn't highlight the pieces that have changed. So I'm going to change this to 176, this to 12. I'm just making these match these numbers I pasted in down below here. Duplicate again, and I still have to manually go through everything here. 195, and then this one is going to be 13. Anyway, yeah, I can work around it by multi-selecting, I think. Selecting this whole thing and copying it to the clipboard, and then coming down and pasting it. I can do that, but even that looks like it entered an extra carriage return right up here. Did it do that? Yeah. It looks like my multi-select, I went from here to copy. Looks like I got 2 bugs here. Multi-select, multi-select, select from else to there. That's all I'm selecting. Come down the next line and paste, and it's adding an extra carriage return up here. Interesting. Anyway, that's it. That's the bug. Let me go mark that. So we can look at that. We had 2 bugs here. We had make a super paste, adds carriage return line feed in TypeScript files, plus smart duplicate selection not seeing incrementing values. Right, let's throw that in the chat room. Would switch be better than in if else if? Tlox F asks. I'm not sure how I do this in a switch. Can I do that? I don't know if I can or not. Let's ask the internet, see what internet says. Check range. I don't think you can in a switch of values in a TypeScript switch. Like to group ranges. Yeah, no, I know this. I don't want to do that. Yeah, and then this. Use case with expressions. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at that. Is that what you're referring to, Tloxy? Is that Tlox 1? I think that's a suggestion. I think actually in the new pattern matching C# you might be able to do that. Ooh, so smoothie. Didn't know you could do that, but look, this looks interesting. It's kind of similar though, in terms of amount of code. Yeah, it's an option. I'm gonna say I'm gonna discard it because it's not really saving me any extra code. I think that I can see. Is it? Maybe it saves me a little. It might be arguably easier to read. I'm gonna keep going. So here we go. We're at 195. Let's get rid of all of these up to this point. We got the 13, so now we're at 219 and 14. Paste. Whoops. Let's go back. What Control Alt V is going to give me that. My last Control Alt V is a shortcut to paste the last smart paste. Make a super copy paste. Make a super paste you did. So now we're at after 219 is 241, and that's 15. And I got to keep hitting Control Alt V, so I might as well. No, I can do it. It's not too hard to get the rest of the way through it. We're at 266 and 15, 16, and 284 and 17 and 309 and 18 326 and 19 340 and 20, and finally we're going to return 21. Okay, just clean up some of the white space in here. Yeah, so Tloxy or Tlox 1, let me know how to pronounce your handle. That looks like, yes, we could do it with the switch statement. And I think it's up, it's up for your personal preference. I think we get fewer lines of code because we don't have to put that break Well, no, we do. It doesn't matter because we have the return statement. So yeah, it might be a little bit easier to read, right? By having the case in front of all those. You also lose the parens as well. It's interesting though, you do the switch true up here. That's interesting. I didn't notice that the first time I looked at it. Super interesting. We can also solve this with by storing these numbers inside of an array. And then just seeing what the index, where the values were, iterating through the array. Anyway, that's what I got for right now. Get spell name scroll. Spell name scroll. Maybe I'll just change this to scroll frame index. From. All right, next. We know the full scroll width is here. So now we're going to call that. We're going to say this dot get scroll frame index from this. And this is going to be the stop frame. All right, now we got to decide, now that we know that number, what are we going to do with it? Here's what I think we're going to do. See if I can figure this, the right way to write this code. Here's the scroll. This is where it comes out. This dot, what is it? Add on frame advance callback. I need to see what we're got a bind call. It's only once we're calling this. It looks like that. What is wrong here? What am I missing? Why do I have so many? Oh, I see. I thought I was outside the method. Am I still not outside the method yet? How's that? There we go. Okay, that solved that. Now the question is, how do we kind of pass that? You know what? I'm missing some basic foundational pieces, because I think there's a way to essentially get this method call and pass it in here in line. And I think that's what I want to do, because I want to reference the scroll stop frame. That's what I want to do. I could also store it in the player stats. That's what I'm looking for, lambda syntax. No, please don't do that. Okay, I think you're referring to the, I missed that before. Let me look at this. Let me see if I can find this. TS lambda syntax function example. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do it given that's what I do. It's like this. That's what I think I'm looking for. Something like that. So what that means is I do this, something like this here, with these parameters here inside, right? Switch expression type in C#8 looks interesting. Okay, there's that. Then here, I don't need this anymore. And I don't need this anymore. And this is actually doesn't look like Lambda syntax, but it looks like it's exactly what I want. There's probably a Lambda version of this as well, where I probably take off that and I put the little Lambda operator in there. That needs a paren right there, it looks like. And then I'm going to say if sprite dot frame index equals my scroll stop frame. Then I want to say sprite dot, oh no, do I not have animation styles here though? Shoot. I need to stop it now, which means I need to change the animation style from its parent. I want some code that looks like this is what to make this work. I want that is what I want. Let's go look at the option of building that in to sprite proxy. No animation style here. It's going to be in sprites. It's here. So it's queried here. Here. I see some issues down here I want to fix just real quickly. Okay, kind of getting distracted here. Yeah, how do we get it to stop is the question. I was thinking we could do this on the sprite proxy, but I was wrong. I cannot. I need to change the sprites collection, the sprites class, so that an individual sprite can override itself. Lambdas, otherwise known as arrow functions, are essentially inline functions. Yeah, I got it, Firepower. I got it. I'm confused. I need to learn Lambda stuff. Yeah. Coding Girl, it says the same thing. Yes. Switch. Yep. All right. Let's look at the animation style again. Where is it in here? Can I? It's hard to override here. Let's maybe not change that. I think there's another way we can do this. Let's look at sequential stop. Here's where I get the return frame index. Here's where we can make the sprite fix it, I think. Oh no, this is still, shoot. I'm calling it here. Here. And here. Those three places only. So my thoughts are I could set an override in the sprite that sets the return frame index and gets it instead of from there, instead of, it gets it from the sprite itself instead of the sprites class instance. Because we override it here if we're reversing. So my thoughts are, yeah, we changed the animation style to sequential stop. Well, actually, I think it is already sequential stop. All we got to do is just change this number that comes back, is what we got to do. So I think it looks like this. We're going to pass in an additional sprite. We can't do it here. Like that. And then the code in here I want to do, I think I want to say, hey look, if sprite dot return frame override if it's got something, then I want to return it. Let's do that. Okay, so there we're going to return it here if it's sequential stop. And maybe not, maybe we'll do this no matter what. We'll say if sprite and that. So flat out, we're going to just get that return frame index override right there. If we get that, we call advanced frame passing it in. I want to see where we're using that. I'm assuming return frame index right here. If not reversed, then frame index is greater than frame count. Oops. This is the sprite proxy though. Well, sprite proxy's got its frame index. Hold on, maybe I'm making this way too complicated. I think there's a faster, easier way out. Let's go back to where we were. I think I found thought of a simpler way to do this. This is when we advance the frame. This is what we call it. Frame advanced. There's advanced frame. We're not doing any drawing here. We're just advancing the frames. So the idea is, if what we call that callback, we could just set the frame index flat out to what we wanted to, and I think we're done. That's what I think is the faster way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, if frame index is greater than this, then I'm just going to set it equal to that. That may be the faster, smarter way to do this. And while we're here, let's see if we can lambda this thing here. Can we do it? I guess I do that. Is that going to work? That looks like that's correct syntax. And I wonder, since these are not used, if I don't need to include them. I think they might be optional. Let's see if that works. Got it saved. Do not need to include them. I was hoping for that answer from you, Coding Gorilla. Cool. All right, one more time. Let's refresh one more time with that. Okay. Add along rest. Cast haste. That looks like that worked. Add a minute. Let's do it again. Cast haste. Watch it open up and stop at the right spot. I'm going to call that looking like it's working. Let's do something else that requires concentration with a longer name. Enhanceability. Can I do that? Yep, break concentration, yes. That looks like it's working. It's really not bad. Okay. Next we got to get the hourglass in the right position, the correct position. So we'll do that. Just realized I'm not prepped to do that. Not without it having offset issues. That was weird. Enhanceability just stopped on its own, but it's got a duration of up to 1 hour. That should not have happened. Let me write that down. Oh, because I've still got UI up here asking me questions. Is that why? That's interesting. I'm going to make a note of that. Enhanceability. All right. I'm thinking about the positioning of that icon. The problem is that I kind of need the reverse of this thing right here. Which now makes me want to come in and say, I need an array here. I do not know how to do this. I should look this up. I want to do a TypeScript array of constants. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, like that. Is that right? Wait, what? Hold on. Array of constants. Yeah. That's like what I want right there, maybe? As const, is that the declaration? And then I'm going to say, here I want to put in those other numbers, 86, 106. Let's just go to the scroll, copy those. Put a comma there. Fine. I'll do this. Format it right there. Hash map would work too, yeah. All right, so this I'm going to call my scroll name text width. What's my problem here? Class member cannot have the const keyword. All right, read only. Okay, I can make this private too. Do I need to also make it static? I do. I don't think that as const does anything. Is it an ordering problem or just doesn't like the word static? I guess it's an ordering problem. Okay. Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. I was hoping that this would be the way to do it. This I like better. Okay. Next, we want to come in here and we want to say, the array is still mutable. Not sure if your intent was to make it immutable. Yeah, I wanted it immutable, is what I want. But it's like, I'm not too worried. Oh wait, hold on, it's not. This is like all player stats, I think. Scroll name widths. Okay, next. So I'm just going to simplify this code a little bit here. Plus, we'll be able to use it in other places as well. If that of I. If this value, if the needed width is less than that value, then we're going to say return 8 plus I. And let's come in here and declare constant for the 8. We're going to say, call this the start index equal to 8. Like that. And then at the very end of this, we're going to say return 21. The last frame. Okay, so get scroll index from is now there, which is better. And then the other piece we need is get scroll width from, and then we're going to pass in frame index here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say if the frame index is well, I think I want to say, hey, if it's less than okay. So if this is less than that start index, if it's less than 8, then I guess I'm going to say return zero. That's why I want to be 0 here. No. Otherwise, we're going to get the width of this whole thing. Now, we also have to add the extra pieces at the ends. These two. So that, the width of that is 31, so times 2, we'll say 64. So we have to add 64 to this number. And let's do this again. We're going to say scroll roller width 64. I want you using a hash map instead of writing a function. Well, I have this weird kind of indexing thing that the frame index can be less than 8 as an example coming in. So I'm checking to see if that scenario is the case, in which case I'm just going to pass the first one I know of and send it out. I also need to check to see if it's greater than the max number of frames, the frame index, if it's greater than the max frame index. Which is 21. And if it is, I gotta kind of put that in there. So it seems like there's a little bit of conditioning of the response. It's not a one-to-one mapping all the way across. So I need to come down here and I need to say, hey, if frame index is greater than the max scroll index, then I can say, I guess I could also condition it this way too, like that. And I could do the same thing down here. And then we kind of get into the space where once we've conditioned it, then we could use that hash function to essentially kind of do that. But yeah, the conditioning needs to happen no matter what. So we're still, I'm sorry, I said hash function. I meant the hash map. But like that, that's kind of what we're talking about there. We're offsetting also by the scroll roller width as well. So these are the widths of just the text, available text space. So we have to add those scroll roller widths. Hey, look who's coming in, Judson. You almost missed it. Okay. All right, so cool. There's the scroll roller width. Now we need to use this to figure out where to put the hourglass. So, I think my heart wasn't into that one, that last one. Could you tell? All right, almost done. You missed Mr. Smoothie's fanfare. I'll play it for you right now. Here it comes. That's it. That's Mr. Smoothie's fanfare. Kind of fun. That's it right there. So far, we've gotten lucky with the fanfares. I don't think we've had anybody come in and say, I hate it. That's the worst. You know, that hasn't happened yet. Okay, we need to figure out where this hourglass offset is going to be. Where are we calculating this? Oh, yeah, we're just doing this. So we need to come in and say, well, let's get something smarter on this. This dot, get scroll width from, we've got to get that once we figure out the scroll stop frame. Like that. So we start with our full scroll width. That's how much we need. Looks like we need to move the smoke down as well. And this 900 needs to change to spell scroll Y. Okay, back to where we were, hourglass offset. So we're going to get the width of the full piece. And I think we need to divide by 2. And I think we need it negative. And we need to then further shift it left by the height of the hourglass about. I think I'm just going to create a quick constant here. I'm just going to say this hourglass margin. I'm going to say it's about 66. There's my hourglass offset. I think that might work. Let's see what happens. Let's refresh. That works. We're going to call that a stream. There's the refresh. Here comes haste. Cast the spell. That looks like it worked. Check out the position, right, of the hourglass. It's not bad. I want to tweak it. Not so much. Maybe 46. Let's refresh one more time. What's cool about this is tomorrow we're down to like one thing we got to do, which is get that hourglass to work so that it drops to match the length of the spell. Let's try again here. Haste, cast spell. Better. I think that whole thing can drop as well. Instead of being at 900, we can make it, let's make it 980. Let's try that. Refresh. Cast haste again. Hold on. Hold on, let's add the minute. Looks like we're having a problem with the breaking of that. Okay, here we go. That looks better. I really like that. It's not bad. I think the scroll ends are a little bit too thick, but you know, I'm not going to worry about that too much. Let's go in and see what spells I have that are concentration spells. Spider Climb, Fireball. Fireball is oh no, that's not. I'm looking at the wrong icon. So basically I've got Spider Climb and Enlarge Reduce. All right, let's try it. Spider Climb, cast spell. Not bad. The text came in too soon. We need to actually take that text and fade it in slower, more slowly. But the positioning of this is perfect. The positioning of the of that is really good. do I have access to the player hue here? I don't think I do. I want to be able to change the hue according to the player. That's in the dice stack. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's not going to be reliable. Player.hue shift. How do I get player here? Oh, it's right there. So let's come back over here. Let's try to get the sand color to change. Here's the sand right here. So if, wait, the player index, you got to get that from I get player x dot get player index of the player ID. Player stats up player ID. Oops, the players I had wasn't, where is it? Is it in this? Players? What is that of type? That's a player stats. That's not what I want. Shoot. Where do I get players from? Passed in. From Dragon Front Game. All right, let's go see if we can pass that in here as well. Now we can, we just got to work it. You've got, yeah, that's the other players, that's not the right ones. Player stat manager, the command, there's a lot of nested functions here. Here it is. Header command does pass in players. There it is on the right. Hold on, let's go back to where we were. We're just not passing those in. I'm going to throw that in right there. We're just going to keep passing this in. Okay, there's the players coming in. Throw it there. Okay. Update player. There. And we're going to throw it there. That's where we need it. Right there. And now it's in. Okay. Then we're going to go say we've got now finally a player.hue shift. There's my player hue shift. So we're going to say hourglass sand dot hue shift. Oh. Color shifting sprite proxy. Like that. There's add shifted. Like that. I want to just double check that there aren't any other calls that need to be updated. That every one of these has just one call and we've updated all of them. Yep. Just tapping to next reference. That's what I'm expecting to see. Yep. Perfect. Looks good. All right. Saved. Refresh. Refresh the data. Let's go grab enlarge reduce. Cast spell. And I've got purple sand with the gold tops. So we've successfully changed just what we want. It's really, really not bad. Now, aside from the fact that the sand is, you know, the hourglass totally disappears at the end. We got to get that to work. But we've got the spin of the concentration icon. That spin speed, it matches the spin speed of the concentration icon spinning over on the left there next to the word spider climb. So that's showing us there. I think that the icon can move down just a little bit. Maybe move over to the right a bit. I'm not sure about that. Yeah. And maybe even move down just a little bit more. So I don't have to like stretch above it like that. Yeah, again, duration up to 1 hour. It went away much faster than I expected. So spider climb also seems to have that problem that we saw before. Okay, I'm going to call that a show. Thanks so much, folks, for being with us. Let me go open up my notes here so I can make sure, as well as spider climb. Thanks for the show. All right, just Coding Gorilla. You're welcome for the show. Let's get a raid going.
It's kind of painful to think about that you've got the creator.
We'll send you over to Chef Brent. You'll be in good hands there, kids. Thanks so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. I think we're going to wrap all this up tomorrow. That's exciting.